work here, and it so happens to be the most decentralized country in the world. And no wonder I've been working with blockchain since 2013, so I'm very comfortable around here. And you end up in a kind of context where, in our specific case, like here in the community where I live, a small village with 500 people, we kind of have more sheep and cow than people. And they decided to build a giant fire station because they didn't have one that was good enough for the number of people in the region. And all of a sudden, there was a discussion at the municipal level, and I said, okay, we want to increase the fire fee to an exorbitant level for a certain number of years to be able to invest into something that is going to last for another 20, 30 years. If you had the federal government saying you all must pay 20 times more in a fire fee because someone in the capital decided to do so, we would have been happy because we decided to do it anyway, but with everybody else. Right, so you need to make sure that the minimum standards are secured, that you enter into relationships and agreements with other countries where, kind of dialing back a little bit to discussion in terms of Sweden, I first talked about the sticker solution in Ukraine when we got invited as a small committee from the UN to talk to a group of cities in a very poor region. I mean, not the poorest, but definitely not at the level of the capital in Kiev. And we're just trying to tell them that, look, no, to make a city smarter, they don't need to spend that much money. And of course, the sticker solution would never work without the app. The app would never work without a backend that was expensive to develop. But guess what? It has already been developed by the city of Stockholm. And the city of Stockholm and the region in Ukraine, they're not in the business of competing with one another. So it is utterly realistic to expect this group of cities in a poor region of the world to have an agreement with Stockholm where they open source the software. They have amazing developers in Ukraine. They adapt to whatever conditions they need. Of course, the type of trash is going to be different, or the kind of illumination and the way the energy and heating is distributed. But the core software is already there. So I think that at a federal level, what could happen is that the governments of Ukraine and Sweden, they come up with an arrangement for saying which cities in Sweden have already developed technology that can benefit the poorer countries in the world. Ukraine took the lead, so the ones inviting the committee to go there to try to help out. They will do the first prototype implementation. Everybody. The UN looks good because they did the kind of ice-breaking and introduction. And the city of Stockholm is going to be seen as a technology leader, and the cities in Ukraine not only get the benefits of having the technology solution at maybe 1/10 of the cost, because most of it is developed anyway, they get to be seen in the developing world as thought leaders as well. So this is what I would like to see federal governments doing more and more, defining frameworks.
One quick thing on that, because like the point of this talk is emerging markets leveraging emerging technology. And I think what Marcelo is kind of saying in one way or another is not many cities have a technology problem. They have an accessibility problem, right? So the problem, like the US, for example, is rich in all different technology solutions. The problem is accessibility, because usually people selling the technology need buyers for the technology, right? You need people with disposable income to pay for the technology. And usually that means our most disenfranchised and marginalized neighborhoods don't have access to it, whether it be broadband or whether that be mobility solutions, whether it be mobility solutions that we know today, like public transport, or future ones like autonomous vehicles or something like that. And I think that what's how cities are going to kind of emerge out of what we're kind of experiencing today is less of focus on technology procurement and more innovation in policy. Because I think a lot of what Marcelo is mentioning is it takes not innovation into technology, i.e. the city has a technology and you want to offer it somewhere else, but more innovation in a policy so the accessibility of that technology can easily, I guess, navigate more capitalist motivations and weave through that for the common good, which was the original intention. And right now, there's a lot of blockades and a lot of bottlenecks in place by virtue of more the capitalist side of smart city solutions. Because again, it's an industry, right? And by virtue of industry, that means you have to sell a widget, people have to buy the widget, and then that needs to somehow monetize in a way or at least break even. So that's why you see a lot of deserts of these technology solutions in any region, whether that be Asia, Europe, Latin America, or North America, just because that there's a company that sells it and it doesn't make financial sense to put it in places where the people can't actually afford it, or municipalities, or they're not going to spend time reaching out to small village municipalities because they don't have the budget that a New York City has, or a London has, or a Berlin has. So I think that if you kind of look at it less of a technology problem or challenge and more of a policy challenge. So basically, we need cities less to be our CTO, and we need them to be like our best lawyer. So I think that you're going to see a shift in terms of what the motivations are, and B, how they hire and what type of personnel for what purpose. And that in turn will spread the abundance of technology we already have, but also just in turn create better good for more people at the same time.
Okay, amazing. So you both touched on a couple of ideas. Mainly, the technology is there, but also that simple solutions are important. So where does blockchain fit into this? How is it changing the game? And also, how many solutions have been implemented in 2020 with the current situation you touched upon, Faris?
Yes, I mean, I think it depends on region. So a lot of the problem with implementation of blockchain, I would say on a city level, because usually cities are trying to address challenges that aren't adequately addressed on a higher level of government, right? They're kind of like the last stand. So a lot of the time they're just putting out fires versus like thinking, okay, what is our next 2 years going to look like, and how are we going to build towards that, right? They're just trying to just figure things out in the moment. A lot of the time not their fault, but nevertheless, that's kind of the behavior. And the problem with cities is that they have an abundance of data, but they have a lot of scarcity around other things like budget and who's responsible for what and all those kind of things. So the biggest kind of impeding factor, I would say, of blockchain in cities, at least in the North American context, is education, because people don't feel comfortable with change. So you're not going to change from a database solution to a decentralized solution if you're not adequately educated on what it means, what the impact is, what the costs are, how does that intersect with ongoing initiatives under my remit, under my colleagues' remits, and so forth. In Europe, I think you see a lot more money in experimentation. So putting out money to basically create more public-private partnerships where there's incentives to test out different decentralized solutions. So like in Vienna, for example, they have a whole decentralized solution around and tokenization model around reducing CO2 emissions by incentivizing people not to drive their cars into the city center, and in turn incentivize them through free access to cultural institutions, whether it be like opera or different monuments or museums, right? So they're creating a framework for that. Same in Helsinki, similar models. In Asia, they're looking at it more in terms of how do I reduce costs and optimize my my IT suite by creating blockchain solutions that reduce costs. Because in Asia, they're coming where we have a lot of low-income people that are now rising to middle class, which basically means they have more digital demands, which basically stresses digital infrastructure from a municipal context. So they're adopting a lot of these blockchain solutions and more in sync with other levels of government.
I'm going to have to cut you off there. We're nearly coming towards the end of the session.
Okay.
I just wanted to, it went really, really fast. I just wanted to check in with both of you again about the current situation with COVID. Let's finish there. Do you think that has accelerated the need for automation? And if so, what are some of the easiest and fastest solutions that can be put in place?
I'll let Marcelo go on that one.
Yeah, if you read this week's Economist, you'll have an article that says that mobile transactions went up by a factor of 5 in Rwanda. Now, anything that requires you to touch stuff that other people have touched before, to have personal contact, or to put you in a situation of risk, already identified or to be identified in the future, is going to work as an incentive in terms of automation. So yeah, blockchain technologies, because they facilitate so many processes that are clunky and unnecessary by nature, they will get a big boost. And I would just like to make a quick note, because I know you're getting to the end of the session. When I was talking about Stockholm helping cities in Ukraine, that's the flow in one direction. What happens in the blockchain space is that many companies, because they have no track record other than the co-founders and investor back them, they need to have what's in the 2000s used to be called eyeballs, right? You want to make sure that you're reaching out to a massive audience. Blockchain technology does not necessarily require a huge amount of computing power, so even simple smartphones would be able to allow you to access many of those advantages or new systems. And that puts the poorer countries that do have a basic infrastructure, like India, for instance, where the bandwidth is actually very cheap, to serve as the platform that proves that those technologies have reached maturity. So you can have a pilot that works really well in Vienna, and the company that got close to nothing from the government, maybe a grant from the EU to run the pilot, needs then to go to a much less affluent society to get to the 100,000, to the million, to the 10 million users, which is basically the proof in the pudding. I mean, once you are capable of showing that millions of people benefit from your solution, those solutions can more justifiably be transported back to the more developed world. So blockchain turns things upside down.
How far away are we from that, Faris? What do you think?
Yeah, I'll just I'll bookmark it and we'll end on a high note. I think what Marcelo is kind of saying is also in the context of cities, the biggest hurdle is where have you done it before? And a lot of the problem with blockchain solutions in cities is that they haven't done it in many places, right? But that's more of a behavior from a municipal standpoint than it is a virtue of what blockchain technology is. So I think through education, that's where maybe you can leapfrog that resistance. In terms of COVID, I think that from looking at it through a city lens specifically, and like through an automation context, I think that you'll see cities focused on two distinct things in much higher order. One, I think revenue. So I think they'll be more kind of equipped to like, okay, how does this solution actually monetize? Which is not a kind of a default behavior from before, because now their coffers are pretty dry and all that. The second, from an automation standpoint, is that as we're seeing jobs go away, that's obviously stressing their infrastructure, it's stressing the cultural fabric of cities, most violently in the US. But the thing there, though, is I think that doubles down on how much they focus on policy to enable these automations to exist, while not leaving behind the workers that are essentially got displaced by the technology. So you create a construct where they have some kind of a dotted line into the productivity that the automation actually creates, versus being left on a desert alone and left stranded.
Brilliant. Thank you both so very, very much. There's obviously so much more that we could cover here, but we don't have time today. So really appreciate you being able to do this panel with me.
Anytime.
Well, a huge thank you to Marcelo and Faris for sharing their really valuable insights there, and Christina for moderating such a fantastic and fascinating topic that is smart cities. Now, if you are viewing us on YouTube, we have had a slight technical difficulty, so we're back now on the live stream. But to make sure that your viewing is interrupted, I would advise you all to head over to swapcard.com, where you can see the full stream of the conference. You can also interact with other delegates and speakers as well. So head over there and use the code SiGMA to log into this particular event. Now we've looked at smart cities, we've looked at blockchain adoption and also supply chains. Now we're going to look at a particular industry in focus and where blockchain can help automate, and that industry is the music industry. So take a look at our next presentation.
Music streaming and digital content streams moving on chain, with Andrew Batey, co-founder at Beatdapp.
Hi, I'm Andrew, and today we're going to talk about why music's moving on-chain and how Beatdapp's participating in the overall streaming economy. First, let's talk about streaming and why it's important. For decades, physical distribution is what mattered. You would deliver CDs, albums, tapes, etc., and you would track exactly how many of those went out and how much was owed for royalties back to the labels and the artists. It was easy to track. A certain amount of CDs fit onto a pallet, a certain amount of pallets fit inside of a truck, a certain amount of trucks went out to the different stores, and you would send bin pickers to go and make sure that the CDs or the albums that you intended to be delivered were actually in those bins, and you could check through seeing how fast they were selling. It became pretty easy to physically verify how much was actually sold at retail locations. Fast forward to digital. People started downloading. Really, in the 2000s, it became easier to download a track than it was to go and buy it, and it was cheaper. So that led to tons of piracy, which then meant that there was very few royalties going out, and you saw this severe slump in the industry. Then came streaming, and that really revolutionized and revitalized the music industry, because it was now cheaper to stream a piece of content or a song than it was to digitally steal it or download it. And that's where everything changed. For the first time, you weren't just getting a royalty on the point of sale or the purchase, but it was an evergreen royalty. The more people listened, the more royalties were being paid. But there's no physical way to track that. The way it works today is that an artist might deliver their music to the label. The label will then often give it to a distributor whose job it is to format all the data and put it into all the streaming services, or they might do that directly themselves. Those streaming services then report the numbers of the times it's been played back to the distributor or the label. Unfortunately, it's pretty common for the number of times a song was played not to match what they're actually paid out on. And in this case, it leaves the artist wondering, where's the 40 million streams that I was supposed to, that I supposedly played that I was supposed to get paid on? Because the way it works today, like I mentioned, is that streaming services self-report their numbers, and then the labels invoice based on that number. But what's been found in a number of audits is that those play count reports are often 15% incorrect, and that's leading to a multi-billion-dollar problem for the music industry. And with 600 streaming services globally, play count auditing has become time-consuming, expensive, and near impossible to complete. And streaming services have a problem too. Play count errors have led to dozens of lawsuits from rights holders from around the world. Entertainment One, the largest independent music label in the world, came to us and asked for help solving this problem. They represent iconic acts such as Snoop Dogg, Death Row Records, the Lumineers, etc. They believed blockchain was the solution because in an industry where nobody trusts each other, it allows everyone to participate trustlessly while still maintaining their data privacy. So we spent 15 months in stealth mode building the underlying protocol capable of processing 1 million streams per second per region, which is the equivalent of what's needed to turn on every streaming service worldwide simultaneously. The way our system works is that as a user plays a song, it sends that request into our blockchain network. Our network is comprised of music labels, streaming services, and ourselves. Our nodes validate that request and say, we recognize that user, it's met all the play count conditions required to satisfy a play, and then all of them cryptographically sign that receipt and acknowledge that this play was real from that user and it should count towards the overall play count ledger. In this way, you not only have tracking, but an audited record with real-time reconciliation. Our team has over 20 years of management experience, with 15 years specifically in the music industry. At some point in our careers, every major label has been one of our clients. We then went and built a rockstar advisor board, which includes the former Prime Minister of Canada, Stephen Harper, the former CEO of Sony Music Nashville, and the former CEO and founder of Priority Records, who sold in excess of $1.7 billion in recorded music. There's so many different use cases where blockchain can be applied and useful, especially in an industry where people don't trust each other, and accounting is a core function for paying royalties and/or licensing. If I leave you with anything, I'd like to leave you with this. Music streaming royalties alone will reach $30 billion by 2030, but there's currently a 15% reporting error, and that's led to a $4 billion problem that Beatdapp exists to solve. But how many other problems can be solved using blockchain for the music and digital content streaming era?
A huge thank you to Andrew there for that presentation. I think everyone can relate to the massive potential that is in the music industry. So integrating blockchain for royalties is definitely something to look into, and definitely an interesting concept to potentially tell your friends that aren't so knowledgeable about the blockchain space. So I hope you learned a lot across this session of discussions. I'm really looking forward to bringing you our next set. But first of all, a big thank you to our sponsors of the previous session, CoinField. Now, our next session is sponsored by BTC Bit, so thank you to our sponsors first of all. Now we're going to look at a topic which a lot of our panelists in previous discussions have mentioned briefly, but now we're going to break into it a little bit more, and that is DeFi. There is a huge potential in this. It's definitely been one of the buzzwords of 2020 and something that a lot of our panelists have said to keep an eye out for. So I'm really excited to bring you our next panel discussion hosted by Jesus Rodriguez from Into the Block.
Peering peering into $13 trillion on crypto exchanges with Felix Mago, co-founder at Dashnext, Miko Matsumura, co-founder at Evercoin.
All right, hello, and thank you for joining us in this session. So I have the privilege of being here with Miko Matsumura and Felix Mago, and we're going to talk about the intricacies of crypto exchanges and some interesting insights, some interesting perspective about the development of crypto exchanges and their role in the crypto market. My name is Jesus Rodriguez. I'm the CEO of Into the Block. We focus on providing market intelligence by using data science and trying to extrapolate intel from everything that happens at the blockchain level, at the exchange level, at the derivative level. So exchanges are a topic very close to my heart these days. But before starting, I would like to let my two panelists introduce themselves. So Miko, we know each other for 15 years or something, but I think this is the first time that I get the opportunity of hammer you at a conference. So why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, it's terrific. Really appreciate it. And, it's great to be hanging out with you here. So in terms of my introduction, I'm a co-founder of an exchange, Evercoin Exchange, and it's mobile wallet-based non-custodial exchange. And it's sort of the most, we say it's the most secure mobile wallet and exchange. So that's Evercoin. And then I also deploy capital out of a venture capital fund called Gumi Cryptos Capital, and we look for exciting projects. So that's me in a
Because
nutshell.
you're a modest person and you're not gonna say it, I'm gonna say it. I know you for a long time, and you have had a remarkable career across different technical industries, from the service-oriented architecture days to the cloud days to the big data days, and now crypto. So it's whatever industry you get, whatever industry you start working on, I should just follow, and I think I'm gonna do okay.
Thank you so
Felix,
much.
how about yourself? Tell us about you and Dashnext.
Thank you for having me tonight. So I'm Felix Mago, co-founder of Dashnext. Dashnext is one of the many projects within the Dash ecosystem, and we are based here in Asia. I'm out of Bangkok tonight. And what we're doing is partnerships, business development, marketing for Dash. So we're onboarding merchants on all verticals of the payment industry. My background also very much from the consulting side of things. I was a bank and finance consultant before, helped them to become more digital. That went so, as you can see, with many banks and paper-based processes. So now I'm very happy. I'm focusing for the last more than 5 years now in the blockchain space, very much focused on crypto payments and on mass adoption. Because at the end of the day, it's kind of funny that we're sitting here 2020 and still talking about that the main use case is exchanges in cryptocurrency, whereas we have so many cool projects that are actually doing real world stuff and real businesses. So yeah, let's dive into it.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. We have two perspectives: a wallet provider and an anti-exchange person. So let's start with sort of a polemic topic. In a few years ago, everybody wanted to have a wallet, be a wallet provider. A few years after that, everyone wanted to build an exchange. These days, I get the feeling that the lines between those two are blurring a little bit, that the wallets are looking more like exchanges, and centralized exchanges are providing services that look more like wallet providers. So Miko, as an operator in a sort of, let's say, next generation wallet provider, how do you see the lines between those two and the future?
Well, I think the thing that is really, fundamental is that, we're talking about open source financial infrastructure, and we're talking about essentially the migration of users towards a much more inclusive and consent-based financial infrastructure. So in order for that to happen, we basically need to, right now what's happening is there's sort of an existential battle between people who are recreating the centralized financial system, and those who are sort of paving a new way. And I think the thing that's funny about it is when you think about the creation of a alternative, a true alternative, I think it's really based on use cases, right? So I mean, I think to highlight this, one of the things you're probably able to see from Into the Block is you're probably able to see kind of record amounts of Bitcoin actually being pulled off of the exchanges and into wallets, right? So, the thing that's, I think, very interesting about that is that as that movement strengthens, you start to get HODL, and, a concept that I kind of coined this morning when I got out of bed, which I call hedgel. Which are kind of really primary use cases, right? And I think there's even a third primary use case, which is kind of interest and kind of interest-bearing crypto, whether it's centralized or decentralized. So, my thoughts are that, historically, those forces are kind of pitted against just pure speculation. And pure speculation is what you see when you see the whales jumping in and out and you see this pumping and dumping effect, and I think those two forces are kind of like pressing against one another in this time.
Felix, could you complement that? How do you see the lines between wallets and exchanges in the future?
Yeah, for me, it's also very much about use cases. I can only agree with what Miko just said. For me, also coming from the side who's doing adoption and who's trying to convince regular merchants that are completely non-crypto, that are in fact, don't really care about crypto, never looked into it. And we're talking with so many merchants, and the most common question is, do I have to invest anything? Do I have to take any risk? And how can I be sure that tomorrow half of the money is not lost, right? So for us, it's a very key factor to really find fiat on off-ramps. And in order to do that, you have to comply, with local regulations, with local governments. And this is exactly why we also need blockchain intel, to provide data, because, at the end of the day, it's nice to dream along and to be we revolutionize everything. But at the end of the day, if you want to do real business and if you want to drive real adoption, you always come sooner or later to the point that you have to integrate in classic systems. So, it's for us really. So
let me press a little bit on that. Let me press a little bit on that point. Are wallets going to be a concept a few years from now, or they're just going to be part, hidden behind other things and just being like a key infrastructure point that you use and nobody cares about how they work internally?
Now, please don't get me wrong. I'm absolutely pro financial freedom and absolutely pro have your own finances, do whatever you want. It's like it's your money, it's your choice. This is like kind of our claim as well. So I'm completely pro with it, right? But for me, it's about giving users choices. And we're 2020, and I was just joking with Miko. We are 2020. Everybody's talking for over a decade now on, hey, we can buy now stuff with cryptocurrency. The only use case is you can trade it and you can speculate with it, right? For me, want to drive this digital cash and want to drive like real mass adoption, to go out buy a hamburger tonight, right? To go out buy my next hotel room with cryptocurrency or Dash or whatever it is, right? We're still so far away, and this is why we have to deal with the realities, and the realities is many people are super far. So for me, it's not, you can't educate every user to be a crypto anarchist. Most probably many people don't care and won't ever care, right? So for me, it's about offering choices and giving opportunities, and if you need a fiat exit, so be it. I'm more happy you will accept cryptocurrencies with a fiat exit than you only accept Visa payments.
Interesting. So let me take a tangent here. So in the most crypto exchanges today, they're modeled out of the traditional capital markets active investor exchange with order books and flashing lights and all those things. Those are products for traders and active investors. Where are we leaving the passive investors, right? Miko, I think you spent some time thinking about this. Like the future of any asset class, passive investment plays, a substantial role. And when we look at crypto, it doesn't seem that we have a ton of products for that. So is that something that exchanges should be looking at? It's something that wallets should be looking at, or how does what are your thinking in that area?
Yeah, so I'm I guess, to use kind of a phrase from the popular culture, I'm less kind of aggressively binary, so I kind of, you could call me a crypto non-binary person. The mood around this is that it's important to understand that it's not DeFi versus CeFi, right? Like if you look at something like neobanking, right? So neobanking, like if you look at like Cash App or if you look at Revolut, you can buy Bitcoins and you can also access kind of what I would call legacy financial infrastructure, and that's actually meaningful, right? And to me, the thing that's interesting when you talk about this kind of tension is that, yes, like obviously something like Binance is built for pure speculation, but when you start to look at what Coinbase is offering in terms of things like staking products, right, then a passive investor can go into Coinbase, right? And and so what I mean by non-binary is that Coinbase is 100% centralized, right? But they're also offering things like, staking in the sense of kind of things that mirror real world interest, right? So people are collecting interest, and that's a passive function, right? So a passive investor, as you describe them, can go to Coinbase and they can collect interest or staking rewards. They have both, right? So my point is that it's not necessarily kind of an either or. I think it's Felix said it well, which is it's about choices, and I think that people are making choices. Now, I think the idea that people are choosing only speculation, I think, is an old narrative, and it's a tired narrative, right? Because if you look at this idea of, I mentioned that the number of Bitcoins held in kind of cryptocurrency exchanges is kind of at an 18-month low. It's around 2.3 million Bitcoin, out of not, maybe 20 million. I don't know how many have been lost forever. Maybe like, Chainalysis says that maybe as many as 4 million Bitcoins have been lost forever, and we haven't reached the 21 million in terms of, continued halving. But, what I really wanted to point out is that, in terms of the use cases, we don't have to have people buying burgers as the only mindset for use cases. Now, I value that mindset, and I think it's a hugely important and powerful mindset, and I'm also confident that we'll get there. Like that's going to happen. But the point is the idea that someone's collecting interest, even if it's on a centralized exchange, that's a choice, and that's evolution, and that's a passive investor. And if someone is withdrawing to an Evercoin or withdrawing to a Ledger or withdrawing to a Trezor, that's also a use case, which is hodling. And hodling is really, I think it's hedging. And another use case can be, so, call it fiat monetary insurance. And another use case can be thinking about it in the context of like hedging, right? So hedging means, improving your Sharpe ratio by holding something that may be somewhat decorrelated from some of the other things in your basket. So these are all use cases. So I think people who are like speculation's the only use case, I think they're really not kind of like enumerating real world functional use cases that exist today. And I don't think we need to go as far as buying a burger, which I think there's a lot of challenges to being able to do that. I think the first people that may launch something like that may be Square, because Square owns both the user side with Cash App, and they own the merchant side. So and they're getting really into places like Africa. And so Square may be the first company to do kind of mass scale retail user payment, but on blockchain or Bitcoin, but or on any cryptographic asset, on Dash for that matter. So go ahead.
I spent some time thinking about this. Please go ahead, Felix.
Next time,
no, but please go.
Miko, I take you out for a good meal in Dash, for that matter. Come to Bangkok,
burger.
Fantastic shops, and my belly's getting bigger and bigger only on crypto. I can promise you that. I would like to add on one point you mentioned, because you said neobanks. For me, it's also one is the user side of things, the other one is also the business side of things. I mean, let's be honest, we are very much in an industry where many people never ever thought really about business models. And I mean, if you look at the usage and the users, we are with many businesses very far away that and ever anybody is generating profit, right? On the other side, you mentioned the word neobanking, and I said before I was working as a financial consultant before, and I was working in banks on the SAP side of things, with like core banking systems from the 80s. And at any given point in time, these banks had an army of around 50 external people just to keep the core banking systems from the 80s running, right? So we're like,
sure.
I mean, this business model is also so far outdated, right? And on the other side, we have an amazing technology and sometimes cannot pull off a business model to make money with it, right? So in this sense, exchanges were the businesses who, they are the successful businesses in the space by far, like every financial instrument, right? And this is, as I see it, why also many staking services are popping up. And this is also why the competition was so high suddenly in this market, right? There are more and more exchanges were popping up, and now really it's about like features, usability on exchanges. And I mean, for me personally, from my user side of things, I see a million exchanges out there and ask myself, like, why should I change? Like, what's in for me as a user? And when I look for me as a user, I look at my first trading account from stock market trading account from 1998 and still wonder why the hell were all the features I had in 1998 when I want to trade crypto, like a stop limit or trailing orders or OCO or whatever there is, right? It's kind of funny how immature we still are, and on the same time so far ahead of all the old traditional world,
I think one of the things. Yeah, go ahead, Jesus.
No, I was going to say, so to the point that you were making, that the market is choosing a speculation. I think the number of products for to foment speculative behavior far surpasses the number of products for passive investors today. So what do we have? Staking, lending, and a couple of things, and the experiences are still complicated. So Coinbase is certainly taking a step in the right direction, or at least in that direction. But the interesting question is, can we make the money for passive investors smarter, right? Because most passive investors, we see this all the time, Bitcoin sitting on wallets there forever, right? And they're not earning interest, they're not doing anything, they're just there, right? And being a programmable asset class, we should be able to build smarter mechanisms for that crypto to increase its value.
Yeah, I think one of the areas that's very rich in this topic is the decentralized finance or DeFi applications. And I think DeFi applications in a lot of ways are kind of missing really positive user experiences. I think the other thing that's really important is that we still suffer from sort of fundamental technology issues like the Oracle problem, things of that nature. So, I do think we are a ways away from really being successful at that kind of like paradigm. But, I just want to really kind of continue to draw attention towards kind of this principle of neobanking as kind of a huge potential equalizer. I think the idea that retail investors can get something that's smart or can get much, much better or improved financial services, like, I think it's pretty early. I think it's early for that. And I think the positive good news is that when you look at passive investors have the potential to set the floor. And what I see happening with this kind of titanic struggle between sort of pure speculation and kind of hodling or hedgeling, is really that this kind of slower investment pattern seems to be ratcheting up the floor price, right? Which is that there's obviously support and resistance, and we're seeing this kind of 10K resistance. We're seeing quite a lot of resistance. But the point that I'm making is that all that has to happen is that people keep needing to buy the dips, which ratchets up the support. So the support level just keeps rising over time. And I call this kind of jokingly the 10-year moving average. So the 10-year moving average is actually something that it turns out is a reasonably strong effect, and it's a network effect. And I obviously it may be slower than most people want, but I think that, obviously it's certainly something that's very real. And, so I feel like it's an inevitability that this will continue, especially if people continue to perform this kind of, I think one of the things that I wanted to interject is that Jesus is CEO of Into the Block, which is like this super amazing technical analysis resource for Bitcoin and blockchain, which you can see just about anywhere you want. You can see it on CoinMarketCap and whatnot. But one of the questions I want to point back to you actually is, how do you see this pattern of people who are kind of not selling? Like, are you seeing a lot of wallets that sort of accumulate on dips and just hang out? Like, and how big is that phenomenon versus the people that are just kind of really blitzing money in and out, like every single, tick?
Yeah, so we so depending on the blockchain that you use, there are different ways to analyze that. In something like Dash, to use that example, a way to look at that is looking at UTXOs transactions, right? That allows you to see the age of certain coins, and depending of the time of the market, you can see these trends very clearly. Like Dash that have been held for 3 years, that trend, shrinking, and you can see those or big coins that have been older than 5 years moving, and we see those trends all the time. More recently, there were 2 events that produced big movements. One was the March 11 crash, right? That you could literally see massive amount. We were talking about money moving out of exchanges into wallets. You could see massive amount of influx into exchanges to be liquidated, like moving from wallets into Binance just to liquidate those positions. And the other one was the halvening. And I was doing my session at Consensus the day of the halving. Actually, I had 2 hours before, and people were asking about metrics about that, and I show almost a number of metrics that were funny, saying like, look, the number of addresses that hold over 1,000 Bitcoin is on an all-time high. Like, not exchanges, just normal addresses. And people get excited about that. I said, but hold on. The number of addresses that hold 1 Bitcoin is also at an all-time high. So you can see that the big whales accumulating, but you can see the little guys are also accumulating. So we're seeing those trends like all over the place. Let me build on a point that you made about DeFi for a second, because we're talking about exchanges and a component. It's hard to talk about exchanges in crypto without talking about decentralized exchanges. Are decentralized exchanges like done? Like, is that like, I like to pick polemic arguments. So are they like gone? Are they gonna exist? Are they relevant? Are we decentralizing something that doesn't need to be decentralized? I teach at Columbia University a few classes every year, and a few weeks ago I was doing this class, and we got into the topic of what needs to be decentralized versus centralized. And I've been thinking a lot lately that I get the feeling that we're trying to decentralize things that do not need to be decentralized at the moment, and so I'm coming full circle on that. I'm not sure if I'm landing on the right place. So is decentralized exchanges that, like, we're just looking for a solution to a problem that doesn't exist?
Yeah, I want to jump in, right? Which is that, if you look at it, the whole argument of decentralized exchange is, in a way, a little bit like the argument around decentralized finance, which is it turns into this kind of like weird kind of religious discussion, which doesn't have much meaning. Because to be perfectly honest, as an exchange operator, like, what exactly are you trying to decentralize? Because if you try to tell me that you're trying to decentralize the order book, I'm going to tell you that that's just a bad idea. It's an inherently bad idea, right? Now, if you want to say that you're trying to decentralize custody, then I would say that's a fantastic idea, and that's what Evercoin is doing, right? Because the idea of an exchange is the idea that you come to a place, and that place allows you to exchange, right? So the idea that you're coming to a place, you can't decentralize the place where people come to exchange, right? So to me, like, the reason that's a little semantic, but the point I'm really trying to make is actually more that that's a super nuanced argument. But what I want to do is see what's happening where people are going with their feet, right? So for example, like, if you talk to Alex at IDEX, like, it turns out that IDEX is sort of, it's not even a DEX, but that's not a problem. Like, it's a great financial service and people enjoy using it and it's beneficial and it allows the users to maintain self-custody, as Evercoin does as well, right? But the point is that did we decentralize the order book? No. And to me, the idea of DEX is really competing for the role of BitTorrent in the media industry. So what's more important, Spotify in music or BitTorrent? Right. And so as a company, would you rather be Spotify or would you rather be BitTorrent? The reason why I like to talk about neobanks and I like to talk about Square and Cash App is because that's the model that is going to be more impactful than DEX. Like, I think DEX is basically trying to become BitTorrent. And the question is, are they going to disappear? No, they won't disappear. Did BitTorrent disappear? It didn't. Right. Is it the most important thing in the music industry? No, it's definitely not. Napster disappeared. BitTorrent did not disappear.
One point I would like to add, is like it has different perspectives. It's a completely different story if you're a project owner who's trying to get listed at an exchange and has like quite ridiculous prices if you look around, and it doesn't end only with listing fees. You have to put market making and a lot of other expenses that are kind of monthly and that are very hard to bear for a young project, especially. So it has not only the user side, right? And from the user side, obviously, I mean, at the end of the day, you don't want to end up trading your coins without liquidity, right? So these are two sides of the same coin, and I think decentralized exchanges have their place.
Be more direct. So are DEXs here to stay, or the concept is hardly irrelevant at this point?
I think it's about the use case, and it has to evolve. I just saw one new project which says instead of giving monthly money to market making to a centralized exchange, we decentralize our own project. And if you buy our token, X% of what you buy goes to market making and to provide liquidity for our own decentralized exchange in the background, right? So this is like a use case I can see makes sense, right? So for them, they want to ensure liquidity. They want to ensure that people can buy their token for ease. So why not? This is an idea. And I think we just haven't seen the killer use case yet, and this is why most decentralized exchanges just have quite empty order books, right? And this is why, for me as a user, I have very low incentives to go there.
I'll be more aggressive and just say that DEX as a pure concept doesn't matter, and I will even go as far to say that DeFi as what I call a pure concept is also
my next question.
Pretty challenged. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Like, I have three more questions. Each one of them are very polemic. So that was going to be the next question. So DeFi, there is a lot of hype around it, and when you look at the services that are being provided, it's also questionable whether there is real value at scale. Let me pick my words here carefully, because I think intellectually it's interesting, but is that really a concept? Is that really a pillar of a new financial architecture at this point? Or what we need is more programmable finance and less, decentralized finance?
Yeah, I love that mindset and distinction, right? Because to me, when I see things like interest-bearing cryptographic exchange, and when I see interest-bearing crypto in the form of things like smart contracts, like, I think that's absolutely a vital application. I think one of the risks in this kind of DeFi world is the dependency on this idea of a decentralized oracle. And I think that that's really problematic, right? Trying to decentralize an oracle is problematic. And I think the financial industry's pre-existing solution is to find a provider that is centralized and you trust that provider for the oracle. Right. But other, and the reason why that works is because what you have, it turns out that code isn't law. It turns out that the law is the law. And if you believe that law is law, then you have to believe that you could actually get legal certainty instead of relying on kind of like mathematical certainty, because the thing that I think is important about financial services is that financial services really are much more about financial certainty, which is underpinned by legal certainty, right? And having rights. And so not to be the kind of the old curmudgeon, but like to me, I think that I love kind of seeing interest-bearing crypto projects. I love seeing DeFi, and I love to see the velocity of money through primary use cases that are exciting billions of dollars of asset value, right? So to me, like, I'm a fan of everything going on over there, so I'm not a naysayer. I'm just saying that, like, people who are applying decentralized purity tests don't really understand problems like Oracle sufficiently to satisfy like me in terms of building out a real infrastructure for financial services. I just think
Okay.
that's not the right way.
Let me to wrap this up. I have one more question, Felix. I'm going to start with you, and then I have two rapid fire questions, yes or no, that are controversial. So I was saving this one for the end. So centralized exchanges, we cannot talk about it without talking about the problems with wash trading, spoofing, and all those things. So Felix, any ideas how to solve those problems? What can they do? I mean, it's subject to, this is one of the pains of my existence, right? There's all sorts of market manipulation, trading behind the scenes, was trading, spoofing. Any ideas that come to mind that just publishing stuff to the blockchains will help, right? If they actually did that, what can centralized exchanges do?
Okay, let me give you a very quick answer because I would love to add something what Miko just said. I think we from the usual financial industry, there's a lot of standards, and if they weren't there, the stock market would be the same mess like crypto is, right? So maybe it's a lack of regulation, and this is why companies like blockchain Intel and such are popping up, and are they have their space as much as I sometimes would like that they are not there, and that we have completely our financial freedom. I personally made my year, and this is to add on Miko, 2020 the year of DAOs. And for me, your previous question is very much a matter of perspective. We many times tend to be very Western focused. Me living here in Bangkok and going around in different Asian countries, I realize it's a completely scattered market. In fact, we just started our outreach in the Philippines, and to get strong there, it's a completely different world out there. And I mean, imagine being a Filipino, being an African, right? And try to get a job in the States, try to get a job in Europe. It's friggin' impossible, It's like you have to go through HR departments, you have to get a passport. We can pull off DAOs now. They're just like things in the internet, They don't care where you come from. They don't discriminate you with your passport, It's like you have to build trust, you have to show that you can do stuff. And one major thing about adoption, and also to get us out of, only having the use case exchange and trading, is people need to earn money in crypto, then it's suddenly your price reference. So I assume we mostly earn in crypto, If you go out and get a hotel room, you probably think like, I don't know, 0.1 dash is an expensive cheeseburger, right? So this is exactly what I want. So I'm German, I live in Thailand, I earn in crypto. What is my personal price reference? It's dash. And I'm happy about that. The moment you start thinking about that, going to the US is just a pain if I had to get USD out of the bank.
Quickly about the transparency issue, we were getting pressed by the to wrap this up, and I still have two quick questions. So, what do you think centralized exchanges should do to improve transparency?
I think that what we need to see things like blockchain settlement, right? Which of course makes them non-custodial, right? Because that's really the place where, and so if you think about a non-custodial exchange like Evercoin, you can call whatever you want. The order book is centralized, right? But so I think centralized, decentralized is the wrong axis. I think custody and blockchain-based settlement is the axis. And I think that's what we need, because otherwise we don't know what the hell they're doing back there, and it's probably bad.
Okay, so one more question. Very quickly, a controversial opinion that you have about exchanges in crypto that most, by definition, most people are gonna disagree with. I'm gonna say mine. I think the winner in the exchange category is a type of product we haven't seen before. We haven't seen yet. Like, it's not what we're seeing today.
Okay, my controversial statement is Cash App is awesome and Coinbase is crashing all the time. And I think Cash App is going to win. That's my thought.
That's not controversial.
Everybody knows.
Yeah. Okay, Felix.
My controversial statement would be, I like to see every payment company succeed because I believe it's the entry for crypto to go also in there to be an additional means of payment and not the only alternative. And I think everything has the right to be there.
You two need to check what the controversial really means. But okay, so with that, we need to close the panel. Thank you very much to Miko and Felix for joining me today, and I hope you enjoy the show. Thank you.
A great discussion there. Thank you so much to Felix and Miko for sharing your controversial statements and your insights on the cryptocurrency exchange industry. Now, our next discussion and presentation is one that I'm really excited to bring to you. Someone that has been a content creator in the cryptocurrency space since 2017 and has to date one of the most popular YouTube channels providing education and information on cryptocurrency status. So if you are viewing us on YouTube or Facebook, I would like to recommend you head over to Swapcard platform just so you can take a little look at some of the discussions on there. After this 10-minute presentation, Richard Els will be next, which is what a few of you are commenting on in the chat. So we've got a really great set of speakers for the next two sessions. Let's take a look at what is up next.
The Evolution of Finance with Nicholas Merton, founder and CEO of Digifox.
Hi everyone, my name is Nicholas Merton and I'm the founder and CEO of Digifox. And I want to start off by saying that it's a huge honor to be here with all of you at the virtual AIBC Summit, especially during these extraordinary times that we're living through. So to cut to the chase, I want to spend some time today to talk a little bit about not only what we've been working on here at Digifox, but speak to the broader vision that we share, that we believe we're currently going through one of the largest evolutions of finance that we've seen throughout our history. It's very clear that cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology offer a lot of promise. And even though over the last few years we really haven't seen it scale out to billions as promised, I think over the next 2 or 3 years we're going to see this start to happen. And it's going to become very obvious that this is going to be one of the greatest evolutions throughout financial history. So let's go ahead and first off talk a little bit about my background personally, just to give a little bit of information on myself. I previously, before founding Digifox, had created the YouTube channel Data which is the largest YouTube channel for cryptocurrencies on the planet with over 343,000 subscribers. It's been my honor to run the channel over the last 3 years and get to grow a community of so many awesome individuals who are sharing knowledge about cryptocurrencies and financial markets as a whole. But during my time period creating the YouTube channel for Data and continuing my already existing passion for finance from the last few years, I came to realize just how inefficient traditional finance was. And I think I want to spend some time here just to kind of display this in a little bit of a thought experiment here. So we have two very different individuals here. On the left-hand side, we have a standard kind of worker in the United States, maybe working a white-collar job, going through their day-to-day life. And then we also, on the right-hand side, have a Thai woman farmer who's currently running a farm operation in Thailand. So these two individuals are living very different lives. They are completely different corners of the world, going through very different work styles, and probably live in very different cultures and backgrounds. But what do both of them share at the end of the day? Well, both of them share a very difficult issue that practically all of us face. And that is the sheer fact that all of us as individuals, these two individuals included, are going through the same archaic financial system that has left them behind. When they're dealing with their daily financial activities, the traditional financial system is not there to fully provide for them. So let's go ahead and contextualize this a little bit because they do face different issues at different scales. First off, finance is generally way too complex here in the United States and most Western parts of the world. To be fair, right now you need about 8 to 12 different applications to manage every single factor of your finances, even if you have the latest, greatest fintech apps and you know where to look for those apps. Along with that as well, banks aren't paying anything on interest. Right now, the average savings rate in the United States on over $9.2 trillion in deposits is 0.07%. And along with this as well, money is extremely expensive to move. When I can send a message across the world to another person in another country for free, I can't do the same with money. So there's a lot of added cost to transactions. And outside of this as well, there's a lot of issues for the Thai farmer as well, some that are actually probably even more severe. The Thai farmer, for example, might not be able to get access to basic banking services. So whereas we can go to, open up a bank branch account and have digital dollars, the Thai farmer doesn't have a place to store their wealth outside of physical cash. Along with this, credit is extremely difficult to come by. Farming operations, just like most businesses, take capital in order to start. And not being able to get access to credit can be a life or death scenario for many people in Thailand, especially when it's at high interest rates. And then outside of that as well, if the interest rates on the credit that you might be able to get weren't bad enough, then you have to deal with currency devaluation. And we're already seeing this in Latin America and some parts of Southeast Asia, as well as countries like Turkey, where there's a massive currency crisis going on, a depreciation of their local currency's purchasing power. So we can obviously see that all 6 of these major listed issues here, and more that it didn't even include, are severe, real problems in the world. These cannot be ignored any longer, and they have a massive set of ramifications for people's everyday well-being. So we have to go about building a better financial system. We have to build something that's simple for the end user to use, but along with that allows for anyone to participate across the world and provide the same equal level of financial opportunities at the same time. And that's what we've built with Digifox. So I want to spend some time now to talk a little bit about how we've gone through our design process to do exactly what I just claimed just a moment ago. So first off, we had to work on dramatically simplifying the user experience. Whether it's not being able to just get access to banking services or being able to get access to banking services that are complex, both systems don't work in the long term. They overwhelm people or they don't have the opportunity for everyone to use them. So we first had to work at cutting out the noise. The first thing we needed to provide was an application that could serve as a replacement for your traditional bank. Not so much a commercial bank, but something that could serve as a replacement to manage your savings. And that's really the major thing. You rely on your bank. And banks don't pay that much, as we mentioned before. So again, providing something that can service that, something that can service as your money transmission service. So sending money across the globe. Along with this, payment and merchant solutions, being able to buy goods and services from a store of choice. This is a really key issue as well to keep in mind for the end consumer. And outside of this as well, we also are going to have to talk about miscellaneous tools, the things that start to add up, such as a place where you buy certain types of investments like cryptocurrencies on Coinbase or stocks on Robinhood, or perhaps even budgeting or tax tools such as TurboTax. All of these add a lot of complexity, but at Digifox, we're aiming to aggregate all of these services, not specifically the companies listed, but these types of financial services all into one application to provide the best opportunities to an end user. So you have one app you need to download, and you have everything you need in one place to manage something as important as your finances and your personal savings. Outside of this as well, we have to be the opposite of a bank. Banks are not something to admire or to look up to. They've completely left behind their customer base and looked at their own interest or the interest of their shareholders. So we need to shift the model here. Over the last few years, since the 1980s, banks have dropped their interest rate of an average of 7% on savings accounts, with over 22,000 bank branches across the country, downward to just 6,000 different types of banks, with paying an average rate of 0.07% here in today's world. In 4 decades, we have seen the interest rate go down to 1/100th of what banks used to pay you. Gigantic banks, for example, have started to not only merge and cut out competition, but now they make up nearly 60% of the banking industry, as compared to, say, around 37% just nearly back in the 90s. So we can see that there's a massive conglomerization of the banking industry. Digifox, on the other hand, though, is aiming to build a different model, a competitive model that gives you, again, not only an all-in-one platform for your financial services, but brings the competitors to the platform to compete for your dollars, to provide not only the best security of your funds, but also the best yield that you can possibly earn. So you can pick what lending pool you want to put your savings into and earn interest on. It's a much better model than the traditional banking sector that's constantly cutting out competition. We believe, and rather than cutting competition and lowering rates, we believe in increasing competition and increasing rates. Outside of this as well, in general, the average savings rate that you can get on our platform is as high as 7 to 8%, more than 100x the national average. And again, this showcases what you can do when you not only employ competition, but also try to provide the best yielding opportunities to end users. This is the money that your bank would normally be making. Banks make on average anywhere from 15 to 20% on top of deposits every year, and they pay people nothing for it on average, walking away with billions of dollars of profits for their shareholders. This is all public knowledge. You can go look at the financials of these corporate banks. This is just passing on the savings to the end user and also providing lower rates for borrowers on the other end, which is just as important in our opinion. And along with this as well, open access. We need an app that's built for everyone. This not only means providing language support as well as being able to provide access to people on a variety of different mobile devices as well as operating systems, but building something that actually provides the equal level of opportunity for everyone across the world. This is what we're aiming to build at Digifox, and we've already come a long way in doing so. Also providing opportunity for people to get exposure to the world reserve currency, dollars. Look, the US dollar isn't perfect, but it's the currency of choice when it comes to commerce in a lot of emerging markets. The problem is that governments across the world are censoring your ability to have dollars through traditional archaic banking networks that can be controlled. Luckily, through Digifox, we're building a crypto wallet, so it allows you through a peer-to-peer network to be able to send cash like it'd be handing dollars to a friend over the network in completely different countries. It's a really fascinating concept, but the ability for people to store their wealth in dollars and to spend those dollars as well. You can do so in the Digifox wallet. And last but not least, making sure that we have open lines of credit for individuals. We're working very extensively to not only open up borrowing opportunities where you can lock up crypto holdings as collateral in order to borrow credit lines in the form of USDC or other stablecoins, but along with this as well, we're working towards hopefully bringing out lending to the real world market. We've been hearing a lot about DeFi lending, but I think we haven't really gotten to the point where we start to see it impacting in the real world. And we've got some exciting things coming up in that regard to really bring it to people who need those lines of credit. And the last thing here is frictionless payments. Money should be as simple to send as a message is on Facebook or some other form of messaging or social media. And that's why we're working with not only providing a free transaction every 24 hours and even more as people refer more users to the platform, but it's a truly global platform. I can send money to a friend who's right next to me, all the way over to a family member who's living over in Tokyo, Japan. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. You can send payments just as quick across the globe, and you can do it in less than a minute for a couple of cents. So all in all, we have a really awesome opportunity to uplift billions of people across the world. I know Digifox is one of many applications trying to do this, but I believe that we need to employ the right design principles, the right thesis to building an application for everyone that makes sure to compensate for all of the cultural and day-to-day life differences that people go through in the world, to make sure we can build something that's truly finance for everyone. Thank you all very much for listening, and I appreciate it very much.
And a huge thank you to you, Nicholas, as well. That was a great presentation. It definitely gave our viewers a lot of information to take away, especially on the app of decentralized lending in a cryptocurrency sphere. Now, our next panel discussion will take a look at the future of finance and the future of digital currencies, be it stablecoins, central bank digital currencies, or other alternatives. So I'm really excited to bring you our next panel discussion.
The next financial system, digital currencies and beyond, with Gavin Brown, Associate Professor at Liverpool University, Kenneth M. Garfalo, Founding Partner and CEO at Block Relations, and Richard Els, CEO at Electronium.
Well, I'm really excited now for our next panel where we'll be discussing the future of money, where things go from here, whether it be stable coins, central bank digital currencies, or an alternative digital currency. So you've heard who will be joining us on this panel. I'm really excited to announce our three speakers that are joining us. So gentlemen, it's great to have you all on the line. First of all, thank you so much for your time today. And I do want to jump straight in, and I think, Richard, I will start with you. When we look at kind of the future of money, the future of finance and the evolution of money, one phrase that really gets a lot of people in the blockchain and digital currency space is bringing banking to the unbanked. And as we've noted, 1.7 billion people, according to the World Bank, do not have a bank account. How do we see the future of cryptocurrencies? How do we see them playing a role in this?
Okay, thanks. Well, thanks for having me on the panel. Hello, everybody. Well, obviously, we've good question to throw to me. We've been working in that space for 3 years at Electronium, and we've got some pretty good insights, I think, into how people respond to that. Probably we're better suited to answer that question than most, I guess. So one is that lots of cryptos talk about how they're going to bank the unbanked, but they haven't really thought about the problems that faces. But actually, when you've given people the opportunity to get involved in a digital payment mechanism that they can use, then they will use it. That's what we've found, and we've found hundreds of thousands of people topping up their mobile phone airtime and data using Electroneum, because we've made it easy. And that's the key to all of this. It's got to be easy. It's no good having a 40-minute confirmation time and everything taking absolutely tons and tons of time, like a lot of blockchain transactions do. And it's got to be super, super simple. And you've got to access it on a smartphone, because that's the only access to the internet these guys have got. So once you start ticking those boxes, any cryptocurrency can be part of that solution. It just happens that's what we focused on.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for clarifying that. And now, Gavin, I would love to go to you as someone that does educate people in the realm of finance and really help to decipher what's what and how to move forward. Cryptocurrencies themselves, they're such a broad term. So when we look at categorizing them, and I do want to ask, decentralized cryptocurrencies, be it corporate issued non-sovereign bonds or central banked digital currencies, would you be able to identify and say that there's one that might be more of a front runner or more likely to be adopted than another?
Yeah, so great question, and thanks very much for having me, Jessica, on the panel. I mean, from my own perspective, there's lots of different ways of breaking this down in terms of the taxonomy and how we classify different types of money. But one thing I always like to do is kind of look at where we are right now. So the United Nations recognizes just 180 fiat currencies globally. So obviously, if you go into a crypto compare or something like that, and you look at the number of registered digital currencies or decentralized currencies that have some kind of market capitalization, it's in excess of about 5,000. So I think one thing that transpires very quickly is in that in any terms of technology, there's always a demand for network benefits. There's a demand for a dominant player, and obviously 5,000 into 180 or even into a handful doesn't go. And so we're likely to see a handful of winners rather than spread across multiple currencies. I think the other thing to do is just to classify the three that I always look at. And one is the decentralized cryptocurrencies, so the likes of the Bitcoin and the altcoins. The second would be non-sovereign currencies. So these are currencies that are being created by corporations, still relatively new, but people like JP Morgan, etc., probably leading the way there, as well as Facebook in the retail space with Libra. And then finally, the response of the central banks, these so-called CBDCs, which is their response to try and maintain control of their monetary system. So very exciting space, and very much a three-way split in terms of an academic perspective, at least.
And Gavin, just to touch on that a little bit more, so would you say that there's one that might be more likely to be adopted? You're calling from the UK at the moment. Is there a hindrance when it comes to regulation, for example, that we might see central backed digital currencies as something which might come into fruition earlier than a completely decentralized currency?
Yeah, I think this is obviously where you get into a bit of I wrote an academic article recently to basically saying that I didn't feel Bitcoin maximalists or maximalism was ever going to happen. And the reason for that is I just see as you say, the regulatory burden effectively keeping those kind of decentralized currencies at bay. I don't think that means things like Bitcoin, etc., are a bad bet, and other currencies as well. I just mean that it's going to be very hard to kind of break into that mainframe or mainstream, if you like, without sort of a very extreme economy or global macro shock. But who knows, maybe we're experiencing that right now. So in terms of what might come to the fruition, I certainly see CBDCs as being very successful. I certainly see them being very successful even in terms of just shaking up the general currency wars that take place already. I mean, the US and China are facing off globally about economic supremacy, but also in terms of which currency is going to be the primary global reserve currency going forward. And something like a CBDC is going to mean that just because the average person in the average jurisdiction is normally their entire monetary system belongs to the nation state to which where they live, where they're domiciled, we could see that monopoly starting to be broken up, and people more capably switching between currencies, not just when they go on holiday or travel with business, but actually choosing to put their money with external jurisdictions through the means of CBDC and all that great technology which currencies like Bitcoin and co have brought to the fore, really.
And Kenneth, you've worked very closely with some large cryptocurrency projects. When we talk about this move mainstream, as Gavin and Richard have discussed there, what's your take on everything?
Yeah, absolutely. And most of my experience comes within the Tezos ecosystem. And in terms of friction, I think that's a very important word when thinking from a regulatory perspective. So decentralized cryptocurrencies have come under a great amount of scrutiny recently. I can speak specifically within the US. you have this big battle between utility versus security tokens, and are you starting to issue unregulated securities? So, I see actually that being a stop to the spread of adoption of decentralized cryptocurrency, or at least acting as a speed bump. The same thing with corporate issued non-sovereign currencies. I think you're seeing that same kind of speed bump when it comes to regulatory bodies being afraid that this could undermine their traditional financial systems. So the clear winner for me, if you're going to pick between the three, would be CBDCs, simply because the internal systems are the ones that are creating these and working to provide greater efficiencies for currencies. And I'm actually curious if Gavin has any perspective on if one of the first to market CBDCs could take market share away from the US dollar as being the dominant global reserve currency. And is it simply just first to market, the product becomes more efficient and becomes more adopted? Is it as simple as that?
Kenneth, am I okay to respond to that, Jessica? Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I don't
sure.
want to dominate too much, but yeah. So,
please go ahead.
Yeah, great point, really. And I think this is one of the great challenges. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure we all watched Mark Zuckerberg when he was being sort of questioned, etc., over in the US. And he very much the mantra and thing he was talking about, as well as all the data privacy, etc., was about this idea that Facebook, with their currency plans via the Libra Council and through the network of affiliates they've built, would be able to carry the charge to counter the threat, particularly from China, with respect to their CBDC and exactly what that would look like. And I think it's quite interesting there, because obviously we talk about this kind of three-way battle for currency, but obviously in some parts of the world, such as China, it doesn't really exist as a three-way battle, because the state and corporations are not in a state of tension because of the very nature of their political system. And whereas in the US, obviously that's different. You've got the Fed, you've got the likes of Facebook, lots of other very large American conglomerates and banks, all kind of vying for, well, what are we going to do here? Are we going to have a nation-led response from a governmental or Fed perspective, or are we going to have one that's coming from a corporate orientation? I do think that first to market will be something that's significant here, and that probably is one of the things in this space that over the last 5 years I kind of undervalued that first mover advantage. The idea of how Bitcoin has been maybe more resilient than some of the other currencies. I thought we'd see the altcoins sort of power through a bit more, but that first to market status is very much something to be championed. So yeah, I would certainly say that's quite important, Kenneth, from my perspective at least. But I see the kind of dichotomy or the tension between the US and China, CBDCs versus corporate currencies, as being certainly the next phase of development in terms of the global cryptocurrency movement, really.
And Richard, I do want to go to you now, because based on the conversation we're having and this rising appearance of central bank digital currencies, when it comes to people that actually don't have a bank account and aren't registered as a bank account owner, does that threaten the cryptocurrency model that has been forefront for an advocacy for people that don't have bank accounts around the world?
Yeah, I think the biggest misunderstanding perhaps at the moment is that there is any cryptocurrency adoption in large terms. Nearly every bit of cryptocurrency adoption that we see is actually a bunch of speculators using it because they like the idea of it, rather than true adoption because it brings a benefit or brings something to the table that they hadn't hitherto got before. And loads of people talk about unbanked and how crypto is going to help this problem, but of course, if they haven't got a bank account, they can't go to an exchange. Regulatory environment may be harsh in their country. Lots and lots of governments are nervous about capital outflow because of the anonymity of cryptocurrency. So generally speaking, I think, again, I speak broadly, but in terms of electronic, what we've done is we've solved a problem. And by solving a problem, we've got adoption, and it's true adoption. So real people actually using cryptocurrency. So that we've had hundreds of thousands of people that have moved cryptocurrency from one app to another app, and then from that app to another app, and from that app to another app. So we've got this sort of velocity of ETN moving around a system. Whereas when I use crypto, I mean, I'm a big believer in crypto, obviously have been for many years, but I use it because the benefit to me is I can make an international transfer really easily of whatever sum of money by sending some Bitcoin or some ETH around the world. And then they generally turn it back into fiat at their end, and it gets rid of the banking. So there is a benefit to it. But mostly I don't think that there is much adoption yet. So we talk about first mover advantage. How many people actually genuinely use Bitcoin in their everyday lives? And how many people earn in Bitcoin? I don't think many people do at the moment. So I'm not sure there is that much adoption. What Bitcoin has is massive speculative market penetration. So it's at the top of the tree there. And certainly we all see it in our arena as the sort of crypto gold. But I think we're all quite a long way away from true adoption. And even if a government comes out and brings a really nice working digital asset, as long as people can't get hold of it because they have to be traditionally banked, they still won't be able to get hold of any more than they will any other crypto. So you have to be able to think about all the different problems. How are they going to earn this? How are they going to then spend it easily? How are they going to overcome the fact if you walk up to someone and buy something, you've got to be able to pick it up and walk away, not wait for confirmations. All the things that we've overcome in Electroneum are problems that the whole thing needs to overcome in terms of global adoption of crypto. But they are all overcomeable, and they can be achieved. And I think that we're going to see loads of adoption. I'm a big believer in not just ourselves, of course, but crypto in general and that digital market moving forward. Sorry for a long answer.
No, not at all. So this new financial system that we're talking about here, I think it's really interesting to see. There's the innovation, and there is the main goal, and then there's that pullback of regulation, and then this back and forward to get to a final end result. And this end result is something where, if we look into the horizon, I think everyone's perception of the next financial system, that outlook is different for different people. So I want to turn to you, Gavin, and just ask you, do you see a financial system where cryptocurrencies would be the backbone or the core fundamental of the global currency? Is that something which is achievable in your opinion?
Certainly achievable. I think a lot of this does depend on how we define cryptocurrencies. I think a lot of people would say a true cryptocurrency is one that's decentralized. And I think I would struggle to see a world where that played a mainstream role. I mean, just when I say mainstream, I mean, if we look at, say, the market capitalization historically over the last sort of year or two of sort of listed or sort of known Bitcoin and kind of altcoins, etc., added together, typically they were around about 1,000 times smaller than all sort of fiat money that was out there. Again, depends how you measure money, whether we talk about narrow money or broad money, etc., but pretty much 1,000 times smaller. So I almost see those decentralized currencies or cryptocurrencies as existing on the periphery, always having a role, never really disappearing, maybe increasing with time, but certainly perhaps not getting to the stage where we're able to rival the US dollar and some of those mainstream fiat currencies. I think for me, the thing that I find most interesting is almost looking at how the corporate currencies start to come through as well. I mean, corporate currencies aren't something that's new. It's been done by countless companies historically. So even people like the East India Company did this in the days of the British Empire out in India, where they paid their employees in corporate scrip. So it was a currency which they controlled and could decide where it was spent and control the pricing, etc. It was almost like a pseudo-slavery type arrangement. But obviously we're in the stage now of globalization where companies are becoming increasingly larger. They increasingly have the networking benefits. We're seeing the big tech firms, the kind of, the sort of Facebooks, Amazons, Googles, etc., increasingly starting to move into the financial services space, either through acquisition or with a desire to move into financial services, be that through currency creation or indeed through the provision of loans and financial products. So I think that for me is going to be the most interesting challenge. And I also believe that, especially when you look at, say, the reaction at the moment with coronavirus, with the quantitative easing, we're seeing a gradual indebtedness and deterioration of the financial creditworthiness of countries. And we're living in a world with the increasing power, if you like, or power aggregation from corporates. So I like to almost view this as the next phase of globalization, where we're going to increasingly see those corporations recognize that, look, consumers don't spend their money with the nation state. They spend it indirectly through taxation. They spend their money with large corporations. And if that can be done where we sell those consumers the actual currency as well, then let's take a go at that. Let's have a look at it.
And you've made a really interesting point there that you're right, COVID-19 did bring out, especially from the Federal Reserve, we saw printings of unlimited amounts, as they said themselves, of resources as well. So Kenneth, I'd like to turn to you now and just ask you, a lot of people would suggest, and especially people from the cryptocurrency sphere, that the next global financial crisis or recession would actually push more people into the direction of cryptocurrency adoption in a positive way, because it would show the stark difference between that and more traditional financial systems and houses. What's the perception from your side as someone that is based in the States?
Yeah, and we've been dealing with like great adversity recently, not only with inflation that's happening with the dollar, but there's a lot of society that's unrest right now, a lot of societal unrest that's occurring. There have been numerous protests in all of the major cities in the U.S. And speaking here in Boston, I even had to remove the signs off my business the other night because I wasn't sure if something would have happened. So that's just the level of unrest that exists within society. And that unrest actually translates to willingness to change. And I think the acceptance of change is what comes out of that. So not to relate two different subjects here, but I think people are now seeking that change, and it's going to take the action by the society to push regulators into a mode that enables CBDCs to be fully adopted within the states. And I think that traditional decentralized currencies are actually not as widely adopted as some would think. If you walk down the street, nobody really knows what it is. Nobody's clamoring for a CBDC. No one's clamoring for Bitcoin. There's no actual real adoption here in the U.S. outside of speculation, as far as I can see. In terms of businesses accepting this as payments, just recently I went out, downtown Boston trying to find a directory online of businesses that accepted, cryptocurrency for payments. The businesses that did list on these secondhand websites that they accepted cryptocurrency, when we actually got to the physical storefronts, if they were open, they weren't accepting the currency because there was too much friction with training employees, and then the amount of use, it just wasn't worth their time. So, the pandemic is playing into this as well, where you're sort of creating a perfect storm that enables this sort of change to take place. And I think the last step is going to be having an authoritative figure, like a government agency, like a central bank, come in and sort of apply the technology to their product in the form of a CBDC. And then at that point, the society will be more willing to trust and adopt, because they're seeking change, and they're seeking transparency, and they're seeking accountability in a lot of aspects. And some of these products that we're talking about can accomplish that.
And that was
Can I just jump in quickly?
Yeah,
Just
please do.
one of the things you said a moment ago about the unlimited money printing. So that brings into question the whole thing for me is, what is a stable coin? Stable against what? So is it stable against gold? Well, gold's not stable against the dollar, but what's gold stable against? So the question of stable coins, everyone sort of assumes a stable coin keeps its value and everybody's happy, it moves forwards without any fluctuation. But I'm not too sure what you could possibly do with that. So if we'd have stabilized it against oil recently, of course, it would have gone right off the rails. So, and I fear the same may be true of the US dollar imminently. Where do we stabilize against? I think is a fair question, perhaps.
And just on that point, Richard, if I may, one of the things I was looking at was, what is the total value of money at the moment pre-coronavirus? And you're talking around about 80 or 90 billion dollars globally. But one of the things that we start to see there is that, the total quantitative easing package that happened across the whole world back in the 2007-2008 crisis was just $2 billion in terms of QE that was taking place. And yet that was the first phase of the response, purely just from a US perspective for this particular incident, which kind of makes you realize almost, the kind of threat that the fiat currencies are under in terms of their valuation or debasing, if you like, but also that this isn't just like another crisis from a decade ago. This is a genuine step change in terms of money creation, which, could actually spell good news for a lot of the crypto space, I think.
And I think this is a really interesting point, because it really will shape the future of especially decentralized finance as well, because this is modernizing the way that the world works and how things operate. If we look at, imagine if COVID-19 happened when there wasn't internet in place, it would have been a completely different paradigm. So I want to ask you all now, just because we are slowly running out of time, just quickly, envisioning a new financial system with decentralized finance and digital currencies, would we see that actually a new financial system with a global reserve currency that is a cryptocurrency? Just finally from each of you, just a final comment on if it's possible and how things would be from a time frame perspective.
Yeah, I could just start us off and you guys could come in with more expertise. But yeah, I think it is possible to have a digital currency, interrupt traditional financial system. And this could be, also you look at DeFi, how can that fit into the traditional financial system, or the next financial system too, where payments, borrowing, and investing can become more automated and more written by code, right? So you're reducing the amount of fees to transact, and you're just creating more efficiencies. I think this is something that you also want to think about regulation when you start introducing these type of products too. You have like a MakerDAO product that's kind of unregulated, and to kind of look at the other side of the table, you have a StakerDAO product, which has taken a totally different approach, where they've actually issued a security token to represent the DAO voting right aspect and governance aspect of the side of their project. So as these projects disrupt traditional finance and as they make more efficiencies and reduce certain costs, they also should be recognizing there's regulatory risk associated with doing things outside of a security token model, and they should, weigh that against the prospective benefits that are being added by their product offerings. And sort of, I'd like to see more of these DeFi products take the more risk-adverse approach and add security tokens as a part of their model.
And Richard, what about you?
I definitely think that the world is becoming more primed to be more accepting of cryptocurrencies as they become more accessible. I think from our perspective, we're operating in literally more than 140 countries. I think just under 200 countries we've got ETN users. So it's a sort of mind-boggling field of regulatory environment. But what we found is that the people that we're working with, they work outside of the regulations of anyway. So in the same way that they may well use dollar bills, and they do, because pretty much everyone in the world still has a pretty good understanding of what a dollar bill is worth alongside their own currencies. I think we're starting to see that come in with cryptocurrency as well. So the regulatory environment in the well-regulated global north is definitely going to be super critical. But in some regions, they won't care because they're outside of the scope of government scrutiny anyway. So from their perspective, if they can use something that benefits them, then they will embrace it. It's all about benefit, really. I think risk is certainly a part of it, but benefit is going to outweigh everything if they've got a benefit.
And finally, Gavin, I'd love to turn to you and just hear your thoughts based on what Kenneth and Richard have also said.
Yeah, so I'd really echo their statements. Really, I also like Kenneth's point on the MakerDAO and some of the really interesting work they're doing there. I think that's got a lot of measure in terms of taking out some of that almost like volatility dampening in order to try and increase the utility, increase the usage, if you like. Still a lot of questions around the regulation, as you say, particularly from a decentralized model, whether that be via an exchange, decentralized exchange, or decentralized currencies themselves. But regulations are certainly the key, and I certainly see them playing a part going forward. And if finally, just before I close, if I could just say, I think I said billion rather than trillion in my previous answer, so apologies for that when I was talking about the supply of money and the QE response from the US as well.
No problem.
We always throw a couple of extra orders and maybe
yeah, should have put it in my white paper.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for providing your insights. You've really given us a lot of clarity and a lot of information to take away. I'm sure our viewers have found it really informative. So thank you so much for your time today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thanks. We had some great comments there in the chat regarding some of our speakers. In particular, we have a lot of Electronium fans on our YouTube comments. So hello to everyone watching. A huge thank you to Richard, Gavin and Kenneth as well. Huge discussion. We also had a poll available on our swap card platform there, which was asking you which digital currency will most likely be adopted as the future of money. And 57% of you that voted said that Bitcoin is the future of digital money. 14% said central banked digital currencies, and 29% said stable coins. Altcoins actually had no votes, which is very interesting. Do keep an eye out for any future polls that we have for the rest of the day on our swap card platform. Now, our next presentation I'm really excited to bring to you is someone who is a famous gentleman in the cryptocurrency space, famously known for spending $4 million worth of cryptocurrency on possibly one of the most expensive lunches on the market for a charity lunch with Warren Buffett. Next up, we have Justin Sun.
Growing the crypto ecosystem, Samsung Tron use case with Justin Sun, CEO at Tron.
Hi everybody, I'm very excited to be at AIBC Digital Summit. This year, we have seen a lot of the big companies start to move to blockchain. I think one of the best example is Samsung. So this year, Tron collaborated with Samsung, not only introducing the TRX into all the Samsung mobile device, but also at the same time, we collaborate with Samsung on App Store. So Tron become the world's first blockchain app store in the world after we collaborate with Samsung. So now you can even see Tron dApps featuring on Samsung Galaxy Store. I think this kind of the collaboration with the big phone manufacturer and app store is just the one step for the blockchain to the mass. You can see more progress this year because Samsung is already the #1 in Android devices. After Samsung, I believe in the future, Google, Apple, Huawei, Xiaomi, Oppo, and Vivo, all the phone manufacturers, will start to examine blockchain as one of their options if they want to expand their business into decentralization world. So definitely, I think we will see more positive growth in this year with all the giant company partnership. And not only take this just like a recognition from the big company, actually collaboration with the big company also open a very big distribution channel to the mass audience. For example, after Tron collaborate with Samsung, we have Samsung Galaxy Store and the Samsung device as a distribution channel for all the dApps around the Tron ecosystem. And also, don't forget, lots of the blockchain project get lots of the progress for their protocol this year as well. Of course, everyone knows Ethereum will want to move to Ethereum 2.0 this year. But I'm doubted if it's gonna succeed. But we all also know Tron will release 4.0 this year. It will happen in Q3. So definitely everybody is want to see what's Tron 4.0 about. So I will give you some clues here today. First of all, I believe Tron 4.0 is about privacy. We will provide zk Snark technology inside of the Tron network to become like an option for the developers for their customer. So if customer want privacy, we will give them the privacy. Your transaction inside of the Tron ecosystem, especially for the TRC20 tokens, you can enable the privacy feature, which means your transaction is completely anonymous and depend on your needs. And other people, they can't track your transaction. At the same time, we can guarantee the smart contract level of the interaction between different privacy tokens. For example, you can also convert a privacy token into a traceable token. So basically, we have the gateway, like a smart contract gateway between these two different kind of the tokens. And also, we just provide the tool set. You can imagine what kind of the dApps and also applications can happen on Tron after we introducing the privacy features into the Tron protocol. And also remember, this is just a tool set. So if you want to be compliant, you can still make your token traceable and fully compliant to any law in any countries with your tokens. So that means Tron will become compliance friendly, and also at the same time, we can meet the requirement of the users. That's the first feature, privacy. Second, I think is about high scalability. Tron will introduce Byzantine fault tolerant mechanism into Tron protocol this year. It will dramatically improve the scalability in Tron protocol. As everyone knows, Tron is a high scalability protocol compared to Ethereum. I think after this upgrade on high scalability, we will far more outperform other protocols in the world. So that's why Tron will become the only choice for dApps and other token developer if you really want to enjoy a cheaper, free, and safe experience for your customer and the community. Number 3 is about a cross-chain solution. Basically, in the future, we can see different people can also have their blockchain built on Tron protocol. So right now, everybody knows Tron is a well-known blockchain, but if you want to have your own blockchain, you can also build on top of Tron. So basically, in the future, Tron will become a hub, and every other blockchain can plug into Tron hub and communicate with each other. So Tron will not only become a blockchain, and will become the mother of all blockchains. This feature will also be introduced in Q3. This is very important because lots of the enterprise and the developers, if they want to have their own blockchain, this is meet their requirements and bring the possibility they can join the blockchain world as well. And the Tron here is guarantee the communication with different blockchain. Number 4 is for enterprise application. You can see actually the number 3, the cross-chain solution actually is well prepared just for the enterprise application. A lot of the big enterprise, they want customized solution. So basically we can build the customized blockchain for the big enterprise, and the same way they can communicate with the blockchain. If a large financial institution, they want to build blockchain, but they don't want their books to be traced by the public, they can have a privacy feature enabled blockchain. But this blockchain can plug into the Tron hub, which make they can communicate with other blockchain into the Tron ecosystem. So that's why the combination with the enterprise application and a cross-chain solution is very powerful. Imagine what we can have if we can introduce high scalability, privacy, a cross-chain solution, and the enterprise application all together in Q3. We will see amazing progress on the protocol itself, which empower more enterprise developers to build a better solution for blockchain industry.
Now, there was a statement there that I want to get your opinion for all of you that are watching on YouTube at the moment. Do you think the Ethereum 2.0 is better than Tron's 4.0? It was definitely something that I think is sparking a lot of speculation in the YouTube comments, so I do want to hear your perspective. We'll be reading some of those out later. Also, a huge shout out to some of our friends that are watching. PR Bitcoin, Crypto Puerto Rico, hello, how's everyone doing? Now, this is the end for our investment session of today, so thank you to our sponsors BTC Bit. Let's see what's up next. Now it's time for our final session of the day, taking a look at investments in the cryptocurrency sphere, sponsored by ZBX. Now, our first panel discussion will be taking a look at the cryptocurrency sphere and all the different coins that are on the market. Which one do you think has the most long-term potential? Is it Bitcoin or is it a potential altcoin? Maybe a cryptocurrency that's not even on the market yet, but has some key requirements that we all need. Share your thoughts in the comments throughout this discussion. I'll be reading some of those out later on. Let's take a look.
The race to mass adoption. Bitcoin versus altcoins with Carl Eric Martin, content creator at The Moon, and Wendy O, founder at Beyond Associates.
So we're taking a look now, the race to mass adoption. What's been built and where do we stand today? Well, if you have cryptocurrencies, how often do you really use them? Are they something you save or are they something that you spend? I have two very influential people in the cryptocurrency space, Wendy and Carl, that are joining me on the line. And we're just going to share our stories and see where things stand moving forward. So guys, first of all, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thanks for having me. This is going to be fun. I'm excited.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you. And what's interesting is you both are calling from retrospective parts of the world. Carl, you're in Thailand. Wendy, you're in LA. And I want to jump in and Wendy, I'll start with you. Cryptocurrencies as a means of payments and this pave way, this motion to mass adoption. Cryptocurrencies, do you use them to pay for items at all?
So I have a couple of experiences. Actually, last week I tried to pay for one of my VPN services with Bitcoin, directly with Bitcoin, and I had a major issue. The issue that I had was, number one, the volatility. Number two, I didn't send enough because of the fees, and I was stuck having to owe a balance of like $4. But the particular wallet that I was using only allowed for me to send like transactions with a minimum of like $20. So I had to cancel the transaction, wait to get my Bitcoin back, and then pay with fiat. So it was a little bit complicated, but for my business, I do accept Bitcoin and Ethereum. I accept crypto payments from companies and from my clients. And I generally, instead of just paying directly with crypto, I will just use the crypto.com app because it just works so much better with the card because it converts it to fiat. But paying with crypto is not as easy as everyone makes it sound to be.
That's a really interesting point. And Carl, I'd love to get your take on it. What's your thoughts? Do you use crypto to pay for items at all?
So professionally, yes, back and forth from clients and different companies, because in crypto it's just much easier to send in Bitcoin or between different Binance accounts or whatever. That's easy, but that's more professionally. If you go into the private spending for personal items, I never use Bitcoin. I never use crypto. I think that mostly it's just because of the fact that people don't accept crypto. If they did accept crypto, I would probably be more pushed into getting more used to buying things with Bitcoin and crypto. So I'm not really in the habit of doing it. So even if I see that a place accepts Bitcoin, it's still much easier to use fiat, and it will probably continue to be much easier to use fiat for another few years. The user experience in crypto and Bitcoin is still not all the way. So I think that we have to wait for second layer solutions to develop and be much easier to use, and we need to see a bigger network effect. And I still think that Bitcoin is more of a store of value today anyways. We need to see Bitcoin transform into money, and I think that second layer solutions is something that we need. But yeah, so far I'm not really using Bitcoin. I would love to, but there are also this phenomenon where people tend to spend bad money and save good money, just like when we went off of the gold standard and coins started to get diluted much earlier. First they were gold, and then they started to get diluted with other cheap metals, and of course people spent the cheap metal and saved the gold, of course. So eventually the coinage was just cheap metals, and I think that Bitcoin might experience something similar, where all of us hodlers, we save our Bitcoin and we spend our fiat, and that's how I live. I only keep a small portion of my wealth in fiat in the bank, just enough to survive on a daily basis. The rest is in Bitcoin, and I don't want to spend my Bitcoin. I want to save it for the future.
I agree with you on that, Carl, because I feel that way when I accept crypto for payment, especially Bitcoin. I kind of want to hold on to it, but I do have to cash it out for payments. Bitcoin, I can't pay my mortgage with Bitcoin. I can't go to my local grocery store and pay with Bitcoin directly. I can use an on-ramp that will automatically convert crypto to fiat and then use the card that way. But it's still too complicated. And also one of the things that I do notice is that it's really hard to use. It's super hard to use. And where I come from, a lot of people, they just want to pay their bills. They want to buy food for their family, and they want to, just take care of things, and they want to do it in a very easy way. And using crypto, it's still too hard. To have to go back and to send Bitcoin or Ethereum via like a wallet address. That's still really long. It's still complicated. A lot of people don't have time, or they don't want to really deal with it. And then dealing with with your private keys and all that type of stuff. They just want their money and they want it fast. And then also too, we're dealing with volatility. When you have a volatile asset, people don't like that. There's people that are living paycheck to paycheck, especially how I grew up, and we don't have time to deal with the volatility. Big, oh, price is going to go up, so let me wait a little bit to go ahead and sell here. We need to cash our crypto out now, and we need to be able to pay our bills now. And I think that volatility is a really big turnoff for businesses and for consumers in general.
And you've both made some really interesting points, I think, especially when it comes to if you are getting paid in cryptocurrencies, you do see it more as a store of value and something which you're less likely to spend and interact with in day-to-day life. Sometimes when we do see cryptocurrency news that does make headlines, throughout the past 6 months, for example, one thing that stood out for me was a Coinbase card, for example, and these cards that actually resemble a debit card, or Bitcoin wallets that resemble a credit card, which show that step and that gateway into more traditional life that people may be used to spending. So when we look at cryptocurrencies being used in circulation and this future ideology that people would use digital currencies as a payment method, would we have to see something which is more user-friendly, like a cryptocurrency debit card, for example?
I think that we do need to, but volatility is a really big problem, like especially with Bitcoin, because, I want to say it was yesterday or the day before we had a really big drop. It was like $1,000 drop. And for somebody that's living paycheck to paycheck, that is relying on like even the conversion factor, like let's say it's like even a $5 difference, that $5 can add up to somebody. And when you're dealing with people that are in third world countries that, they don't have a lot of money, that could really impact what they're able to spend their money on. So I think that is a pretty big barrier for people currently.
Yeah, and I think that also, I know that it would be amazing to see Bitcoin being used as a form of money today, widely across the globe. But I think that we need to realize that this is going to take much longer than people expected back in the 2017 bull market. I mean, people have been thinking that this is going to take place next week, next month, maybe before the end of the year. But I think we're going to have to wait at least another 5 years, maybe 10 years. Honestly, I think we might have to wait 20 years before we see Bitcoin being used as a form of money. So I think that we need to have that perspective. And from that perspective, Bitcoin is actually doing very, very well. I think today Bitcoin is a store of value. And that's fine. That's already an amazing use case, because if you look out in the world, you don't have many reliable store of values where you have no third-party risk and no default risk. Most of the assets around the world that you're holding as a store of value, you always have at least some type of third-party risk and always some kind of default risk, because, I mean, fiat money, that's debt. It's someone else's IOU. Bonds, same there. When you look at real estate, you have third-party risk. You have, all these assets. You always have to rely on someone. Gold, I guess, would be the closest to Bitcoin. But if you hold millions and millions of dollars worth of gold, I think that you still would have to rely on someone to keep it safe for you. Actually, I am a gold advocate. I love gold. That's where I come from, actually, before I went into Bitcoin. So I see the goods, and I see the pros and cons with both Bitcoin and gold. But the amazing thing about Bitcoin is that it is a digital store of value without third-party risk. So it is something that we have never seen before. And I think that that's fine. That's already, like I said, an amazing use case, and it's going to change many people's lives. People that cannot rely or shouldn't rely on banks, for example, or cannot trust their governments. And we might think that we can trust our banks in our country or our government in our country, but there can come a day when all of that, or that illusion, completely just evaporates. I think this is exactly what was very close to happening back in 2008, but we saw, of course, big manipulation of interest rates and the currency supply, which basically just pushed these problems into the future. And I think that very soon we might see banks once again end up in a big credit crunch, where we see problems in the banking system. And eventually we might see these restrictions on ATMs. You cannot withdraw more money than they allow you to. And yeah, at this stage of the crisis, which I think we are going to end up in at some point, people will wake up to the fact that this system is fundamentally flawed and there is a need for an alternative. And of course, the first obvious choice for people would be gold. But I think that as soon as people realize the fundamentals of Bitcoin and the fact that Bitcoin is an alternative to gold, but is digital, then we will see a big demand for Bitcoin, because gold has been the best form of money and store of value for thousands of years. But today we are in a digital world, and all of the payments today are digital, and we're moving more and more towards into a digital economy. So to me, Bitcoin makes sense, and I know that people will realize the same thing as I have. But it will take some time, and it will take a financial disaster probably.
Carl said a couple of really interesting things here. So number one, we are for sure going to have some economic turmoil. We're seeing it right now. We're going to have the collapse of just a lot of stuff, especially in the United States. Generally in the United States, it takes about a year for everything to catch up, especially with coronavirus and all the civil unrest that's going on. I think that we are going to have essentially another market crash, worse than we've seen, even worse in 2008. So there is that. When you're talking about gold and you're talking about storing wealth, yes, gold is a great solution. But at the end of the day, if you do need to flee from your home, if you need to flee from an oppressive government, or if there's civil unrest in your neighborhood, carrying mounds of gold or carrying like a 300-pound safe is not, it just doesn't work. It's easier to carry a ledger. So that, like, God forbid I had to flee and take my family and flee, I would grab my ledger before I grab my diamonds or my jewelry and stuff like that. Another thing that Carl touched on was that adoption is not going to take place in the next 5 years. I agree with him there, because I feel that this generation, like my generation, can kind of pick up and understand the tech, even though the tech behind Bitcoin is still a little complex. Even after reading the white paper, the Bitcoin white paper a few times, there's some things in there, some verbiage in there that's still a little bit hard to understand, even for me. And I've been in this space for a little bit of time. So I can only imagine people that I know reading the Bitcoin white paper and not necessarily understanding it, because it is complex. So I think that not necessarily our generation is going to kind of pave the way for mass adoption, but probably my daughter's generation. The next generation or two will be able to use it. They're very tech savvy. My daughter's 3. She can use a tablet. She knows how to FaceTime people. So I think for her generation, it will work out and it'll be easier to kind of integrate, but it still does need to be made easier to use. And on top of it, the scary thing about Bitcoin that a lot of people don't like to talk about is that, let's say I go to my bank account and I take all of my fiat and I transfer it and I put it into Bitcoin. What happens if I lose my private keys? What happens? There's no third party. I mean, I understand the part with Bitcoin, and the important part is not having a middleman, not having a third party, me being financially in control of my cryptocurrency. But at the same time, that's scary, because if you're talking about a lot of wealth and you put it onto a ledger or a Trezor or whatever it is, and you lose your private keys, you lose your wealth. So I think that is a little bit of a turnoff for most regular people that value their currency and value their money.
And this is a really interesting point, because I think what you're saying here is we are painting a landscape for example, even fintech banks like Revolut, which don't have a personal store where you can actually attend into, which is something that the older generations, our parents and our grandparents, were very used to doing. The idea of not going into a physical bank is something that our generation is used to now. So the generation after us might be more acknowledging and open to digital currencies and online wallets. And it's just about creating this onboarding process, which might take 10 to 15 years, say. You've highlighted some of the issues there with Bitcoin. Would you say that maybe there is the future cryptocurrency that is adopted, it might be an alternative token that might not even be on the market yet, that might be faster, but also might be slightly centralized with some form of third party, just to mitigate some of these risks that you've mentioned? Or is that completely off the table?
Well, 100% they're going to be issuing a U.S. digital dollar soon. There's a lot of different acts and laws that they're being talked about right now and being pushed. I've been following this on my channel. I've had Jason Brett come on my channel and talk about it. He's been following it as well. And there is going to be a U.S. digital dollar, and China is also going to have their own digital currency as well. So we're going to see that. But the issue with that is, like, it will be a stable coin, but the issue with that is then the government will be able to track everything that we are spending our money on. And that digital dollar will have some sort of FDIC protection and whatnot. And I know that it's completely different than Bitcoin because Bitcoin is decentralized. But I feel that with the US or with the digital currencies that are going to be created by different governments, I feel like it's going to also help push mass adoption because people may already be used to using it. And then people will start to realize, hey, I don't want people knowing what I'm spending my money on. I do need a little bit of privacy. So they may go ahead and then kind of convert their digital dollar into a different type of cryptocurrency to kind of, get some anonymity and some privacy as well. And there's different ways that you can mix your coins and do that. But I think that might also help kind of start adoption, even though that might not necessarily be the way everybody has envisioned in their mind.
And Carl, I want to turn to you now because you're very openly a Bitcoin advocate. So what's your take on the matter?
Yeah, so when it comes to government fiat, there's no need to try to make another government fiat. I mean, they will do it. They will make these government cryptocurrencies or whatever we should call them, but it's just another form of fiat. Maybe it's a more effective fiat or whatever, but fiat nonetheless. And that is something that we, of course, need to educate the mainstream about. When it comes to other cryptocurrencies, altcoins or whatnot, I believe that there will never, ever be an altcoin that can ever compete with Bitcoin because Bitcoin is unique. It is the only decentralized blockchain. You can never replicate this. Bitcoin was born out of a black hole, and there's no way you can recreate the creation of Bitcoin. It's like it was an environment that simply cannot be recreated. And I think that all the altcoins that we see today are more or less centralized, and there's always a degree of trust. You have to trust either a CEO or you have to trust developers. You have to trust people to take either this direction or the other direction, and they might have the best intentions for sure, but you have to trust these people. And with Bitcoin, there is simply no one you have to trust. You simply have this mathematical equations and this cryptography, and as long as 1 + 1 is 2 today and 1 + 1 is 2 tomorrow, then you can continue to trust that Bitcoin will continue to add blocks every single day. And I think that Bitcoin will be the money of the world in the future. I think that Bitcoin has a great chance of becoming the best form of money in the world. It is already the best store of value in the world, in my opinion. Depends on the time horizon you have. Of course, on a day-to-day basis, it's a horrible store of value because it can lose 10% in 5 minutes. But if you drag out your time horizon to, let's say, a few months or maybe a few years, then if you compare with the US dollar, for example, of course, on a daily basis, the US dollar is a much better store of value than Bitcoin on a daily basis, because on a daily basis, it actually doesn't lose much value at all. But let's take a look at 2 years, 5 years. The US dollar continuously loses value year over year through inflation, and it actually lost 97% of its value ever since 1913 and continue to lose value in a more parabolic fashion, and especially now as we see the trillions of dollars getting printed. So I think that Bitcoin will eventually become a form of money when we have these second layer solutions getting adopted, because we need Bitcoin to become much cheaper and much faster, because on-chain transactions are slow, and some people think that's a problem, but actually the fact that Bitcoin is slow, that's not a bug, it's actually a feature, because it's security. When you create an altcoin that is instant and super cheap, then you compromise the security for convenience, and the whole point is to have a secure way and a safe way to transact value online in a decentralized way, and that's why Bitcoin is slow. But these second layer solutions, they can eventually give Bitcoin near instant transactions and near zero fees. And of course, you do compromise some of the decentralization, but not nearly as much as you do with most of the altcoins. And in the future, when you buy a cup of coffee, you don't need the full decentralization of Bitcoin to buy a cup of coffee, but all of these final settlements, when you when you send bigger amounts of money, maybe thousands or millions of dollars, then these transactions will be done on chain. And but yeah, so basically I think that Bitcoin will become the best form of money in the world, and there's no way that you can have an altcoin that can compete with Bitcoin, because they will always be more volatile than Bitcoin, because they will always have a lower market cap. That's my opinion. And if you have two different forms of money, and with Bitcoin and the secondary solutions, when it has instant transactions, and you have an altcoin that also have nearly instant transactions, but the altcoin is much more volatile, then obviously you will use the most liquid money and the least volatile money, and that will continue to be Bitcoin. So I'm bullish on Bitcoin. I'm not necessarily bearish on altcoins, but I am bearish on altcoins against Bitcoin. So I think that in terms of in value against Bitcoin, altcoins will continue to lose in the long run, and that's why I am 95% in Bitcoin in my crypto portfolio.
And Wendy, I want to get, yeah, you go ahead. I want to ask your insights on this.
Yeah, no, so I understand about the second layer solutions, but the only thing that worries me about that is that there is a person, there's going to be a CEO, there is going to be a founder that's going to create a second layer solution on top of Bitcoin. So would that compromise security as far as the transaction goes if you're using a second layer solution? Because I've reported and I've talked about some of that on my channel, and it seems that there's hacks and there's different things that happens. And as far as altcoins go, I own mostly Bitcoin in my portfolio. I like Bitcoin and I like Ethereum, and I think Bitcoin is a great store of value for the long term. But I do think that there needs to be altcoins and stablecoins. Stablecoins are great because you can safely hold your value, like when there's volatile periods of Bitcoin when that occurs. And another great thing about altcoins, and I'm not saying we need 7,000 altcoins or 4,000 altcoins, but I do like altcoins because they do bring competition to the market. And I feel that with competition, it's going to provoke and it's going to make people that are building on top of Bitcoin, it's going to have them push harder and create better options so that people don't go to these altcoins and use those as solutions. So I get the whole altcoin thing, but I also think it's important for competition because I feel that competition makes humans be better.
Is there also the counter argument there, sorry just to intervene, that actually if we do look at CoinMarketCap, for example, I think at the moment there's over 5,000 altcoins and cryptocurrencies listed, that also the altcoin kind of conversation is that there's such a crowded space can almost push off newcomers, because when they go on, if they're not particularly familiar or they don't have someone that can give them some clear instructions on where to look, actually it does become more of a clouded grey market as well.
I agree with you on that 100% because there's a lot of altcoins, a lot of them are not needed, but I do think that it is important that we do have competition in the market.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a true believer in free markets, and I really believe that there should be competition, and I think that everyone should be free to create their own money, and the free market will eventually decide if this money is a good form of money or a bad form of money, just like we've seen throughout history. All bad form of money have always been washed out eventually and have gone back to zero, and good form of money have been more or less successful over a longer period of time. Of course, the best form of money so far has been gold. It's been holding its value for thousands of years. Most forms of money have always just eventually died. They have only been able to work as money for a short period of time in a local area, and that's what I think altcoins could do also. They can hold value. They can be useful for people for maybe some period of time in local areas. But for an altcoin to get wide, like global adoption as a form of money, in my opinion, it's extremely unlikely. Of course, it's possible, but I just don't see a reason why you would choose an altcoin when there is Bitcoin. I can't see an argument for it because the only argument would be that it's cheaper and faster to transact. But with second layer solutions, if we assume that there will be a second layer solution developed that is almost entirely decentralized and that it's transparent and trustless, then that basically kills all the arguments for altcoins as a form of money. But there are other use cases for altcoins, of course, and that's why I don't completely disregard altcoins. I also hold some Ethereum. That's you could say that's my only altcoin holding, because I do believe that if you disregard the money aspect, then altcoins for sure could bring some things to the table. And I just wanted to quickly talk about the point that Wendy was talking about, that we need stable coins. And I do believe that's true, but I think that's only temporarily true. It's only in this transition period that stable coins are needed. Just like when, for example, when cars were developed, there was a lot of confusion. People didn't understand, why do we need cars? So actually, there was one funny picture I saw where they had a horse dragging a car behind it because you weren't really allowed to use cars this transition period. And also there was another detail that during this transition period, when the cars were introduced, sometimes you have to have a person walking in front of the car with a red flag or something to signal that this is a car coming. So you weren't able to go with the car faster than the speed of a human being. And I think that's kind of an analogy for the stable coins. It's like we're basically using the old technology and the new technology in a transition period, but eventually I think that there will be no need for this old technology because the new technology is just so much better. And yeah, that's my thoughts about that.
And it seems like the consensus here is that Bitcoin is still leading the race, and there's a lot of core values that Bitcoin holds that just means that it is still remaining the front runner. But altcoins do pose this really interesting need to challenge some aspects of Bitcoin when it comes to volatility and speed that could hopefully get us to that final step of adoption. So Wendy, Carl, thank you so much for your insights today. It was such a pleasure to catch up and have this discussion with you both. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you. So it's now time for our final keynote of the AIBC Summit Day. We've hoped you've learned a lot, and thank you so much for staying with us. Now, our next presentation is brought to you by a very famous and popular investor in the space, regularly appearing on CNBC and Bloomberg, sharing his insights in the world of investment and emerging tech. He's also a huge Bitcoin maximalist and Bitcoin advocate, especially when it comes to financial freedom. Well, in the recent 3 months, especially in the US, we saw coronavirus hit, and we also saw the protests that are going on at the moment. So financial freedom is something which is discussed at the moment, and Tim Draper is about to give you his insights. Let's take a look.
Is Bitcoin the answer in times of financial crisis? With Tim Draper, founder at Draper Associates.
Yeah, the world has had that freedom. The internet opened up the world. We all realized that we were all better off when we traded across border and we spread new technologies around, and we built this amazing world where every transaction made us all wealthier, and all of our lives got better and better and better. Well, when governments, either it was COVID or it was a reaction to having a global currency, or the fear of losing their tribalism to this new globalism, somehow the governments have gotten really ambitious on trying to lock us in place and make us do their bidding. And I think that is unhealthy. I actually think their reaction to COVID may have been the worst policy decision in the history of the world. And I think that if you are a believer in the global system, Bitcoin is a great solution. I think the decentralization of the world is coming, and I think governments need to get on board. Governments need to compete for us. If they have a bad currency, they should adopt a cryptocurrency as an alternative. If they have a currency nobody has any faith in, that's not going to be a good thing for their economy. I mean, think of, nobody has any faith in the Nigerian naira. Nobody has faith in the Argentinian peso, the bolivar from Venezuela. Nobody has faith in those currencies, and so people are saying, well, look, if we're going to have a healthy economy, we need a currency that isn't subject to political whims, that isn't subject to somebody printing 9 trillion of them just willy-nilly. We have the dollar used to be, people used to say, yeah, but I have a lot of faith in the dollar. Well, now dollar just dropped, what, 20, 30% in value with 9 trillion of them just printed like paper. I think we've got a situation where, look, if we want to build this economy of the future, it's got to be global, it's got to be transparent, it's got to be open, it's got to be decentralized. And so Bitcoin is your solution. It's here. And it's great because being stuck in place has made it so all these people have started to use, move money to Bitcoin. And they realize how easy it is to move money around, to buy things, to do all those things. And it wasn't so easy in 2017, 2018. Now it's very easy. And they're starting to realize that, hey, this is money I can move around the world. It's a much healthier economic system, and the banks are freaking out. You know, you hear Goldman Sachs saying, "Oh, Bitcoin's not an asset." It's like the Wizard of Oz saying, "No, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. I'm the Wizard of Oz." Of course, because people are taking their money out of that banking system and moving it into this crypto system. And by moving it out of the banks, they are realizing they're not going to get the 2.5% to 4% every time you swipe your credit card. They're not going to be able to manipulate your money and do all that. Some banks are realizing that the future is coming. Bitcoin's going to be a big part of it. How do we incorporate Bitcoin into our way of thinking? But a lot of banks are saying, no, we have to keep it the way it is. We want that 2.5% to 4% every time you swipe your credit card. We want to keep in fancy suits and big fancy buildings. You, the customer, are just going to have to put up with it. Well, now we got an alternative. And by the way, if I had to send you money right now, the easiest way to do it would be to send you Bitcoin. Otherwise, it's a wire transfer or a check or cash. How do I get you cash? I don't know where you are. How do I get you? It's a complicated way to operate. Do you have a credit card number, a Square system, or whatever? I mean, it's so much easier to say, yeah, what's your Bitcoin number? Yeah, here it is, and shoot it right over to you. So we have a new currency, and it's Bitcoin. I'm wearing my tie because I'm saying, hey, this is the future. And you can tell. I mean, there are some benefits that came from the COVID lockdown, and that was that people were stuck in place and they had to experiment with new things. Otherwise, they go crazy. And so people were trying things like VR and in their home, and they couldn't keep those things on the Oculus things on the shelf. And then they bought a bunch of Bitcoin. They put Bitcoin into their wallets, and as money moves from the old system, the fiat government controlled, banking controlled system, to this new world of Bitcoin, the banks are freaking out. The banks that want the old world are freaking out, and so you hear these things coming from these messages coming from the banks, and they're all very self-serving. Well, first of all, it's very simple. You can get a Coinbase account, or you can just buy a ledger, buy something that looks like this, and hook it up to your computer and move your dollars to your Bitcoin. And it's not a hard thing. It's not complicated. And Bitcoin, whereas banks are getting hacked all the time. In fact, we've lost money to bank hacks. the Bitcoin blockchain has never been hacked, knock on wood, but it has never been hacked. So your money is more secure with Bitcoin. You can move from country to country and it's accepted everywhere. You have, imagine being a Syrian and you have a bunch of Syrian money, and then you have to start your life over in Greece as a refugee. Oh, well, if you had Bitcoin, you could just pull down your Bitcoin, start your life over, and keep going. But if you got Syrian money, they're not going to take that in Greece, and you're out of luck. So at least some secure amount of your money should be put into this new asset class, this new currency. You should hold some of this new currency. And the currency, by any estimation, is going to be worth more in dollars than it was yesterday. And as you go forward 5 years, it's going to be worth even more relative to dollars. And that could be where dollars decrease in value because they're just printing them willy-nilly. Or it could be that Bitcoin just starts proliferating around the world as it is. And as more wallets are printed, it becomes more and more valuable. And, today the world has about $90 trillion worth of currency out there. Well, I guess now it's $99 trillion worth of currency because the US government just printed 9 trillion of them. Well, my guess is that 25% of that currency will be Bitcoin, and another 25% will be other cryptocurrencies. And so I think that the future will be using these currencies. And if you walk into a Starbucks in 2 years and you try to pay with fiat currency, my guess is you'll be laughed at just as much as the old person pulling out their purse and paying with pennies is laughed at today. You've got, where they're pulling little physical pennies out of their purse. The new world will all be crypto, and we at Draper University we take Bitcoin. At Hero City we take Bitcoin. At the store we take Bitcoin. I took Bitcoin in exchange for a company that was merged out recently. In China, they were having a hard time figuring out how they were going to properly move the money from one place to another, and turned out Bitcoin was a perfect solution. And the reason I'm doing that and moving my money from the old money, the shells and gold and whatever used to be, to this new money is because I think the new money is going to be more valuable and more useful. So for you, just go ahead and set up a wallet and just see how it feels. It's so easy. I can just move it with this. I can just move it around with my smartphone, and that's whether you use Coinbase or Binance or Ledger, or they all have great solutions for taking your fiat money and moving it into crypto money. I was the first. They had never done it before, and I had to be in 2 places at once. I was supposed to be in this conference in Palo Alto with my good friend Tony Perkins, and at the same time I was supposed to be at a Skype board meeting in Tallinn, Estonia, and it was very difficult to get video conferencing of any kind done at that time. It was very expensive equipment and whatever. And so Nicholas set this thing up, and he said, I don't know if this is going to work, but he cut off 100,000 simultaneous audio calls to get the bandwidth to be enough so that we could do this video conference via Skype. entrepreneurs are extraordinary. They do extraordinary things. And so, yeah, I was the first. It was the first video call ever. My daughter was also on it. She was traveling with me, and my daughter Jessie, and we had a good time, and it worked perfectly. It was a perfect view, but of course they used every piece of bandwidth they could. It's coming. This is an important part of the world. Actually, it's almost critical right now. If you have, whether you have a utopian view of the future of the world or a dystopian view, is really whether you believe that Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies are going to take us to a new economy, or you think that these governments that are getting just overbearing are going to tell us all what to do, and we're going to be stuck in place with masks on and whatever. I think we've got two views of the future, and I hope we all move toward the utopian. Great fun. Stay brave. This stay safe thing is killing us.
Well, it was great to hear from Tim Draper there, and that brings us to the end of AIBC Summit Digital. So thank you so much for staying with us. We hope you learned a lot. We took a look starting the day at the Minister of Innovation in Malta, and then we looked at smart cities, automation in blockchain. We also looked at the innovation when it comes to emerging technology and AI, and of course the future of money in the form of digital currencies. So we'd love to hear how you found all of these segments. Be sure to reach out to the AIBC Summit team on YouTube and Twitter and our social media, and we'll respond and love to hear some of your thoughts. A huge thank you to the sponsors of this segment, ZBX. That brings us all for today, but stay tuned because in just 15 minutes we'll start our final SiGMA Deep Tech of the week. Thank you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome to our third and final day of SiGMA Deep Tech. Over the last 3 days, we've been bringing you content specifically for those in the tech sphere of the gaming space. So for the CTOs, the software architects and the developers, we're dedicating this conference specifically to you, covering the back end of the tech development and the structures that comprise the iGaming and gaming space. We've had some great feedback so far, and we had some really interesting panel discussions over the past 2 days. So thank you all so much for all of our speakers for taking part in this new venture that SiGMA are breaking down. Over the last 2 days, SiGMA has been bringing you gaming content in replacement for our SiGMA Manila conference. We brought you SiGMA Digital, and it was a pleasure to be able to bring you some of the key panel discussions and speakers that we're taking part with. So now I'd like to thank our sponsors for day 3 of SiGMA Deep Tech, Singular. So let's see what is up first. We're taking a look at industry techs when it comes to UI and UX experiences. Now, the user interface is arguably one of the most important aspects of the gaming sphere. It's something that the consumers directly watch and resonate with. So for them, it's imperative that we are the most up-to-date and the best that we can be. So before we start the conference, I'd like to thank our sponsors, Singular.
Designing for Engagement with Joachim Stockman, co-founder and CEO, SuperNation, and Mark Gallia, CTO, SuperNation.
Hi everyone, thanks for tuning in, and thanks to SiGMA for having us on. We're going to talk about designing for engagement, and to help us do that, we're going to take a look at a product that we've actually not yet launched, and it's the next version of our casino named Duels. Rather than just talk about it, I'm going to try to show you some demo gameplay from our staging environment. And this will be the first time that we show this product outside of SuperNation, which makes it both really exciting and it's also a bit nerve-wracking because it is, it is a work in progress and it is a staging environment. But hopefully it will fit the topic really well, because one of the mantras during the whole development process has been engage the user. So let's jump into the game and see what we got. Alright, so as the name suggests, the concept is to match 2 players against each other and then let them face off in a casino duel. And the duel will have both a mix of skill and RNG. Now what we're seeing here is the lobby where all players start off from, and the whole game is set in this kind of cartoon fairy tale universe that you see. Now, to start a duel, I click this button, and the first step will be to pick which character I want to play with. In today's version, while all characters look different, they actually all function the same. But in the very near future, each character will have their own unique special abilities that you can use in the duel. And if you learn to utilize the special abilities to kind of their max potential, it'll for sure give you an edge against an opponent. Alright, now I've selected my character, and the next step is to pick my arena. Now, this choice is purely a cosmetic one. The purpose is basically to give the user some variation so that they don't always have to have the same background for every fight. Kind of like you will have in games like Tekken and Street Fighter. Alright, so I picked my arena, and this choice is definitely not the cosmetic one. Now I need to pick 5 spells that I bring into battle. And the spells are kind of like weapons. And this part is for sure a strategic one, because some spells will work better in combination with other spells, and some spells will counter your opponent's spells and their attacks in different ways. But for this duel, it doesn't matter so much. I'll just pick a random assortment of spells. I'll have some defensive and some offensive spells. And yeah, so now that I've clicked continue, you can see that our matchmaking engine starts looking for another player who's also searching for an opponent. And given that we're talking about a staging environment and no real users, I will be matched up against Mark for this one. And Mark will remain kind of idle throughout the duel so that we can do this demonstration the best way possible. Alright, so this is the duel's interface, and before I start playing, I'll just do a quick run through of what we're looking at. It's kind of straightforward. So in the middle you have a slot machine, and this will serve as the foundation for the duel. The most basic attack in the duel comes from when you win in the slot. And it's the win to bet ratio that determines how much damage your attack will do. So you win 1 times your bet, you'll deal 1,000 damage. Win 2 times, you'll deal 2,000 damage, etc. And this allows us to match users of different bet and stake levels against each other, making sure that liquidity in the product is at max at all times. Alright, so around the slot I'll have a bunch of stuff that will help me both understand what's going on in the slot and influence the outcome of the duel. And we obviously have the 2 characters, my character here on the left and then Mark's character on the right. And above the slot we have the HP bars showing how much health each one has left in the duel. On the top left corner you see a timer counting down the time remaining in the duel, and the winner will be whoever manages to knock down the opponent down to 0 HP, or if the timer goes up before that happens, whoever has the most HP left will be the winner. Alright. In the bottom of the screen we have the various controls needed to actually play the game. And in the middle you have the spin button, which is the most important one. So if I click on that, the slot will spin just like that. Now the spin, it doesn't only have the potential of dealing damage directly to my opponent, but it also gains me 1 mana per spin, as seen down here in the left corner, the mana bar. And this mana is obviously needed in order to cast my various spells. And each spell will have their own cost to it. So being active and spinning will definitely give me an advantage with regards to spell casting, as you can't cast spells if you don't spin. Alright, on the right side we have some social elements, mostly aimed at taunting your opponent. So if I, for example, get a really big win or whatever, I can decide to do a dance and show Mark my superiority. If you're a Fortnite player, you'll definitely recognize this feature. It's very popular in Fortnite to kind of dance on an opponent when you eliminated them or something. You can also send regular emojis. So for example, if Mark gets a hit in on me, I might react with some crying faces or angry faces or whatever. And obviously all the animations throughout this entire duel will be live streamed to both players so that they both experience the same gameplay. And speaking of gameplay, let's jump into the actual gameplay. Now we said that spinning is key, so I'm just going to start spinning. Now most slots would have an auto spin feature, but we've opted against that, and instead we force the player to spin manually every time. This is to keep the player active and engaged rather than becoming a spectator, which can happen when you have an auto spin feature. So now that I've done a bunch of spins, I have enough mana to cast some spells. In this case I picked the strength spell, which will cost me 8 mana. And as I choose it, you see that the spin button changes and becomes a cast spell button. So now when I click the cast spell, my character model does a spellcast animation, and now my spell is in effect. So I'm just going to keep spinning, because the effect of the strength spell that I just cast is that it doubles any damage I get from the slot, which means if I get some good wins, I can deal a substantial amount of damage to Mark. Now obviously spinning also gives me more mana so that I can cast more spells. In fact, let's go ahead and cast a poison spell here. I'm going to click the poison spell and cast it. Now you can see that the poison spell immediately starts draining my opponent's HP. And the poison spell, I think it drains 12,000 HP over 2 minutes. And that way we have spells that are both linked to the slot, and we have spells that work independently without the slot, kind of directly affecting the opponent's or my own HP. And we think that's a good kind of mixture. Now, of course, there's a lot of RNG to whether you're going to win or lose a duel. You can always be matched up against a player who, like the first spin, he wins 150 times his bet. If that happens, there's no skill in the world that's going to save you. You're going to lose that duel. But in the vast majority of the duels, the player that is the most active and invests his mana in the best way, casting the smartest spells at the right time, will be the winner. And if you win your duel, you'll receive additional rewards. So on top of your normal kind of regular casino winnings, you also earn stars and trophies. And these, in return, they propel you up ranking leagues, and they open treasure chests, and they give you a lot of kind of benefits throughout the journey of the game. So yeah, I think what we're trying to create with this product is a balance between traditional casino and various game mechanics. All of them are aimed at more or less one thing, and that's to keep the user experience really fun and engaging throughout the whole journey. We don't know if it's going to work yet. It is still a work in progress. We haven't launched it, but we're feeling extremely excited and hopeful about the launch. And it's very fun to be in a project that is so unique for our industry. All right, that's it for the demo. Now, I just hope it helps set the stage a bit now that we're about to jump into the technical aspects of the product. But yeah, thanks for listening this far. That's it from me.
Wow, guys, I have to say that was quite a demo. That was something to see. Right. Joachim, I have a couple of questions for you from product perspective, if you don't mind, before we roll into tech with Mark, if that's okay.
No, go for it.
Right, so looking at this, what we've just seen, first thing I need to clarify, we are on the site, right? We are still on the dual site. So you've done an immersive experience where you don't actually migrate away from your browsing site, you don't migrate away from the games, you simply immerse yourself into what we have seen, the game within the website. So from the customer engagement perspective, take me through the thinking process. Take me through what it is that you want to achieve when we're looking at merging, quite frankly, Street Fighter attacking classical games with slot experience. If we're going to talk about gamification, I think this is sort of right up there. Where does this go next?
Where it goes next?
Yeah.
Or what our thought process was? Two different questions there.
Right,
but I mean, we definitely intend to continue developing this product in the future. We don't see us letting up on that. We already have, the next version and the version after that planned. Our thinking is like we always looked at gamification as probably something good to engage the user, right? But better than gamification is to actually design a game instead. So we looked at kind of what's enjoyable about slots and what's enjoyable from many other mobile games, and we tried to basically find a way of combining the two. Because I don't
know anything that's more engaging than games on your phone.
No, in fact, in past experience, one thing I've always talked about, even as I teach various classes on casino management, on customer engagement, is this entertainment factor, the engagement equilibrium, where we use bonuses for this. We use various reward systems for in order to increase that engagement factor. But when we talk about gamification, so far, this is the first product I've seen where the experience isn't gamified through the frills and the add-ons here and there. I mean, you have some social elements here. I don't think we've explored that enough. Simply, if you're playing a game, you're not really playing a game to win money or lose money. You're playing a game to win the game itself. So I think this experience really merges that need for, I think, the ego drive, right? The need to win, the need to rank up. And one of the reasons why I've asked you what's next, tournaments, leaderboards, I imagine all of that is kind of in aspect of all of this, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, we only explored the very specific moment of playing a duel. Outside of the duel, you have a lot of other things going on, all of it in the same universe. So rather than jumping in and out of different slots, you stay in the same game throughout the whole experience. So when you finish a duel, you will, if you did well, you'll be opening chests. And if you did well, you'll be seeing that you ranked up in a ranking league and so on and so forth. So we try to kind of just fit all that into one single experience.
Amazing. All right, so look, we're talking about customer engagement here. I think this, for me, this is a completely new level of customer engagement. One thing that keeps boggling my mind as I watch this demo is the fact that we're still on the site. The fact that this, I mean, this isn't HTML5, but it is some form of HTML. This is a browser, right? I'm gonna turn to Mark here, who is the Chief Technical Officer and I guess the man responsible for what we've seen develop here. How do you render this? How does this graphics work? I mean, we're still on the site. We're not loading a game independently. We're still browsing. So effectively, you created a game inside the website. How do you do that?
Yep. So as you said, I think one of our initial goals here was to make the experience more immersive. So we didn't want the customer to feel that there's a transition between the lobby and the casino game. That the lobby is in fact the casino is the game. So we've looked at 2D engines out there like Phaser and Cocos, but at the end of the day we decided to create our own. So we created our own on top of the Pixie.js renderer, and the reason being that we wanted absolute control over memory so that we could push this like to the absolute limits. So SuperNation, since the beginning of time, we're like top advocates of functional programming. So we've been using like functional programming almost since day one. We took those lessons learned, which are very common on the backend side of things, and we've implemented them also on the front end. So our 2D engine there is completely functional from the ground up.
But you've saying you've rendered your own, you've created your own 2D engine?
Yeah,
this isn't off the shelf?
This is not off the shelf. We use like the Pixie.js renderer underneath.
Okay.
But we've created our own, so we didn't go with the approach of most people would actually use like either Phaser.js or like Cocos. We've went with our own.
In fact, I'm sorry to interrupt. One of the things I want to ask, as I was looking at the demo, I want to ask whether the loading time and the rendering time is something because you're running it locally. Because it's very, very smooth. In terms of animation, in terms of browsing experience, it seemed genuinely smooth.
We do some impressive tricks there. So one thing which we wanted is we wanted to stream assets on the fly. So if you can see the Iron Dungeon, for example, you can see that the background appears immediately. And then all of a sudden you see like the cages and the bats kind of animating after a while. So all the resources are being streamed in real time. So we prioritize those streams so that the user gets like an immediate response, but then the rest is kind of filled in.
So I have to jump in here. So what about the connection? If you're streaming assets, right? Slower connection, faster connection, did you allocate for that?
Yeah.
Someone running on high bandwidth versus, you know, low bandwidth. And
We actually do some other nifty tricks. So I'll try to explain. So when we designed our engine, what you do is you basically build a description of the scene. The description of the scene and the actual execution are completely separate from one another. So what we do is we pick that description. If you're running on a low-end device, we take some of the description and we remove some details out of it. Okay. So say if you're running on a low-end device, we say like, hey, this guy cannot render particle systems, so we're not going to render your particles. If you're running on a mobile, we say like, okay, now we need to render these low-end assets instead of these high-end assets. Okay. So dealing with descriptions makes things so much easier. And I think this is quite revolutionary in the sense that we haven't seen on the back-end side of things, this has been done before. On the front end, I guess we're probably one of the first.
I haven't, I'll be honest with you, I haven't really seen this done before on the back-end side of things either. I mean, in video games, yeah, you know, in animated assets, but not like this. Genuinely, hats off to you. Right, so I want to sort of go through the entire flow of what we've seen here without getting stuck on any one part. We've seen spells, right? So we've seen the dynamic of the game. I mean, playing a slot is playing a slot. We get that. Wilds, bonuses, free spins, that in itself is an engaging experience. But you've added a layer here. You've added strategy. You've added style of play. Joachim just mentioned you open some chests and things, and I imagine you hunt down for various skill sets as well, if we are to follow the mindset of how these kind of games roll out. So could you take me through the creation of the spell assets and their interaction with what is actually happening on screen? Because I imagine they change the outcome quite drastically.
Yeah, so one thing which Joachim mentioned is if we basically were to just use the bet-win ratios, the whole game still becomes like an RNG game exit. There's no strategy there. Spells add that kind of layer. The duels engine per se, so to create that, we created a duels engine, which is basically housing in all the duels concept. And on top of that, we built like the spells engine. Now, spells are particularly tricky. And because you have spells which take HP instantaneously, spells which take HP over a period of time, spells which give HP instantaneously or give them over a period of time. Yeah. But then you have other cool spells, like spells which modify the outcome, for example, like a revive spell, which when you die, it basically revives you. Or spells which are like completely nuts, like illusion spells.
That must completely change the algorithm. I mean, the way you produce the outcome and the way you engage customer.
So that was particularly tricky, and the way we've modeled it internally is you can see almost these spells as mathematical operators. They have like precedence rules, they have associativity and commutativity, and you basically do like the same as you would do with algebra, for example, like or arithmetic, where you have the BODMAS rules, like brackets, division, multiplication, addition, subtraction, kind of. So the duels engine, what it does, it takes all the spells which are active at that point in time, and it basically resolves them as an equation. And that equation cannot change over time, right? That if you have the same number of spells, the result needs to be the same. And I'll give you an example where things get tricky, right? So me and Joachim are dueling. Joachim is on 100 HP, but Joachim casts a healing spell, and I cast a poison spell. So
healing spell refills your health bar?
Exactly.
Or completely?
So Joachim is trying to refill his health bar, say 100 HP for the next 30 seconds. Each second he's going to get 100 HP. I, on the other hand, I'm trying to kill him with 100 HP every second for the next 30 seconds.
And he's on his last 100 HP, if I understood this right.
Exactly. So,
which one
now
comes first?
the order of things really becomes important. Because if his spell goes first, he's going to live another round. If my spell goes first, well, I get to kill him and finish him. And this is where you start seeing like the order becomes tricky.
So how did you resolve that? Is it chronological? Is it based on a millisecond of click? What happens if two people click the spell at exactly the same time?
So, yep, to solve that, we actually had to write our own kind of messaging infrastructure as well, because most messaging infrastructures there are based on some partition key, which typically is a user ID. What we wanted to do is we wanted to create a duel which is absolutely fair. So me and Joachim, if we're battling in real time, we didn't want to process like say Joachim's messages before my messages and bias the outcome. So yeah, it involved quite a lot of tricky things with messaging there.
So this sounds like a lot of proprietary technology. I've genuinely have never seen something like this developed on front end. We've chatted briefly about, in fact, Joachim and I have chatted about engaging a customer because I've known SuperNation to be quite ahead of the curve on that. But then I mean, this really takes it to the next level. Well done to you both. I want to we only have a few minutes left, and I want to sort of bring this back to what this means for customer engagement. So it's more to this than just winning a duel, right? You've mentioned that you win some prizes, so I imagine there's a social aspect to this. I also imagine there's some sort of an achievement strategy that you've wanted to explore. So I'm wondering, from product perspective, where does Joachim's and yours, where has that concept taken you so far? So where do you see this going, and what you've built in order to sustain that customer engagement on an ongoing basis?
Is this a question for me or Mark?
Well, I mean, since you're the product, this is your brainchild, I guess for you, but Mark can chime in. Any point?
All right. Well, like you said, social is extremely important, I believe. I think I was on a panel 4 or 5 years ago for another event, and I back then believed that social is the next kind of big revolution in iGaming, and I still believe that. And it's just very hard to create anything that is social when it's just slots, because it's kind of a solitary experience, right? So what we have now is we have the foundation for something that can truly become social, I think. So you find the users that actually enjoy this product, and you let them connect with each other, and you let them message each other, and you let them challenge each other, and so on. Then you have something that, you know, where the social element actually makes sense, because it doesn't make sense to have a social element for me when I'm sitting and playing a normal slot.
No.
So yeah, we think social is definitely an avenue that we'll be exploring quite heavily.
But it's a matter of establishing some sort of rank as well. It's you know, I'm looking at this from a social perspective. I'll duel against you, as you said. I mean, I like to play slots. I've been in the industry for a long time. I've gotten hooked on slots purely by testing all the products that come up, and I started really enjoying them. I've never really considered playing this as, you know, sharing the experience. I like other products that we have in the industry. So I've looked into this kind of experience where I'll be dueling against someone, where I'll be dueling against you, and I can't imagine myself just publishing my ranking and wanting to comment in forums and wanting to sort of establish my standing in terms of my skill set toward playing, which is not something I would have associated with a slot game up until now.
Yeah.
At all.
No, but it's quite funny. It's funny because usually when we do testing of a product in-house, like in SuperNation, it's very specific, like do this task and you know, run through the motions. The testing during the Duels project has been an internal weekly tournament where we get everyone involved and playing a tournament. Which is a lot more fun than normal testing, I'll tell you that. And I don't see a reason, like, okay, like we said, this product hasn't been launched yet. We don't know if it's going to be super successful, medium successful, or not successful at all. But I believe it has its audience, and the people that like this, they will probably, you know, keep playing it for a while. And I don't see a reason why you wouldn't run, you know, for example, Swedish championships. I'm Swedish, so I'm going to go Sweden. Why wouldn't you run Swedish championships in duels? Or why wouldn't you, you know, run various battles between friends groups or whatnot?
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Absolutely. So, I mean, if this is the thing, I was watching this and I started looking at where this, I started looking at where this can go and where this can take us. And it's true, the tournaments, but also you have the type of games where you have multiple players playing against groups. We have those games where we play simply taking turns. I forgot what type of game that is exactly, but each player will take a turn doing hits. You have area of effect spells, you have specific attack spells. As much as I can see this working on tournaments, I can also see this expanding onto multiplayer, multitude of players playing against each other. One thing I want to ask you to sort of close this off is, you've developed your own game for this. Have you considered applying this to third-party content, expanding this?
Well, we are collaborating with Relax on this game. So the math is implemented on Relax underlying engine, and we do the entire front end part of the slot part. We are absolutely not against collaborating with other third-party suppliers. The only condition for us is we're not willing to compromise our experience for the user. We're not willing to compromise on kind of where buttons go in order to be perfect for the user and so on. So just sticking a third-party slot into this, no, we're not going to do that. But slot providers who can consider collaborating with us the way Relax has done, we're super happy to work with them. Yeah.
No, I think you've come across something completely new here. Well done. Guys, thank you both.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And this is very enjoyable for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a lovely day.
Well, a huge thank you to the team at SuperNation there for sharing their insights. Really interesting discussion on designing for engagement. And if you didn't already, be sure to check out on SiGMA Day 2's discussion. Todd from Evolution Gaming, the Chief Product Officer, also gave a talk on innovation and engagement in the gaming sphere. And he was actually referencing a game that should be so engaging and so entertaining that it's even easy for you to watch if you're not the main player. So if you haven't already watched that, be sure to check that out. Now we're going to take a look at our next discussion, which is converting site to app.
Converting site to app with Sophie Leroy, Mobile Growth Lead, Leo Vegas, and Matse Zabek, Head of Product Design, Product Manager Native Apps at Leo Vegas.
Hi everyone again. We've come off a really interesting talk about designing for engagement, and we talked about immersive experience on the site and within the whole scope and spectrum of UX design. We felt that it was a very important topic to cater for mobile first design, especially app design in native. For that, I've wanted to bring in a case study of a casino that has been, since the days I remember of launch, pronounced itself as the king of mobile with good reason. So for that, I have Sophie Leroy, who is the mobile growth lead for Leo Vegas, and I have Maciej Zabek. Did I get that right, Maciej?
Yep.
Who is the head of product design and UX for Leo Vegas. Hi guys, how are you doing? Can you hear me well?
Good, good.
Very good.
Yeah.
So I wanted to take these 30 minutes and talk about the UX design, the nature of the UX design for mobile apps. See, we always talk about the responsive design and the site and the flow and the acquisition and the funnels, right? We have a lot of conversation that rotate around the technology and the principles that we implement in designing our websites. But I wanted to introduce a conversation that revolves around the challenges that we face when designing an additional channel to the front end and to the site, and the process that we go through when developing this. There's a reason for that. I mean, talking about mobile first, the news of mobile first isn't news at all. It's been mobile first for a tremendous amount of time now. Anecdotally, I held a big show at ICE. I had Google, hosted Google on a show. I think it was ICE 2016. Let me say 2017, just to be on the safe side. And at that point in time, two key guys from Google said, so we were talking 3 years ago, that for 2 years already, the 98% of all searches and contacts were mobile first, right? So use that in day-to-day. I don't have an idea, or I don't think that we as an industry have migrated to native app as much as we use browser mobile. And I'd like to open up our discussion topic with that question first and foremost. Is it worth building an app? Why undertake the process, and what can we expect from that scenario?
Yeah, okay, I can start. So I would say, as always, it depends. I would say common sense would say that, you know, someone that made a user that made the effort to download your app has obviously a higher intent than someone that is simply visiting your website.
Yes.
And the fact that every time he's unlocking his device, he's going to see your brand icon, also reminding him that you're there and they should be using your product.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, you know, developing an app and distributing it to the store doesn't necessarily guarantee it's a success. You need to make sure that your organization is ready to allocate the resources to make sure that you're building a product that is meeting your user experience, but also that you're setting the right strategy when it comes to making sure your product is being delivered, discovered, and also making sure that you're able to retain your most valuable users. So I would say the process we've been through at LeoVegas was first to get an understanding of how much our app revenues are contributing to the organization overall. And also, we've been digging a little bit deeper. So we looked at some metrics like the retention rate, and we saw that our app users had, in average, retention rate 200% higher than our mobile web users.
That's triple.
And also, they were making average like 70% more deposits than our mobile web users.
Wow.
And you know, all of this come on top of the fact that we've been positioning ourselves on the market as being mobile first and the king of mobile. So all in all, you know, all those metrics was just confirming the fact that we needed to put more resources into building a better product and keep on growing it.
I think there is a sense of ownership, doesn't it? There's a sense of brand loyalty when I think it's I don't want to say emotional, but it's a integral part. There's a feeling to choosing to install an app, right? I believe it's a lot more personal than just browsing a site. I feel that. I feel
exactly.
Something. In fact, I'll tell you when I feel it, and I still haven't done it. Reddit. Every time I open a link on Reddit, it goes, do you want to open it in app, or do you want? And I always choose browser. I still haven't allowed myself to go, you know, so I have to install Reddit and it has to use, you know. So I think there is that element that once you do choose to put an application onto your phone, there is a certain element of acceptance to brand loyalty, brand ownership, and kind of, I think, even a feeling of, okay, I'll open up my personal world to this particular entity, and probably I wouldn't be surprised at the figures that you're seeing. They're much higher than I expected, actually, but I'm confident that the figures that we're seeing stem partly down to that. So yeah, I think the answer is it's definitely worth building an app if we're looking at 200% retention rate. I stem from a casino ownership and casino operations, and I would murder for triple increasing my retention rates at any given point in time. Okay, so looking at those trends and accepting those trends, I'd really like to take a look at the challenges that you face. If we take a customer journey from a product UX design perspective, right? We look at acquisition channels, which through online, we have affiliates, we have paid media, we have the usual, all the media that generally land on our landing pages and sites. Adding an entire channel to this ecosystem surely changes the way we look at customer flow from the acquisition perspective, engagement perspective, even probably the information we can collect on the customer from device, I imagine, and from various integrations. How does that, if we break down the customer journey, what do we look at when and need to assess when developing an app from a product perspective? Maciej, do you want to take that or?
All right. I think you mentioned something really important before. So your Reddit example. Mm-hmm. So having that kind of a reason for people to actually install the app. Mm-hmm. And as you mentioned, like the acquisition process is a bit different when it comes to apps. Mm-hmm. So being able to explain also and to showcase that first of all coming up with something which actually is that added value for the app, but also then trying to explain that to the users, for them to understand that mm-hmm. downloading that app is actually worth it, not to have those moments where point, when you get the links from CRM, you choose to open it in the browser.
Yeah, in fact, at no point in time have I ever been prompted or thought of why do I ever need to open the app. In fact, I don't know whether there is benefits to that in this particular case. So that's a very good point.
So this was one of our discoveries also after we already decided that this is something interesting for us from the business perspective. Mm-hmm. So also how to come up with the strategy for the app. I'm talking about from the product perspective, not from the business mm-hmm. perspective. Talking about from the interface perspective and the user experience. So how to come up with something which actually gives that added value. Mm-hmm. And this is the funny thing is that actually Apple even pushed us a bit with their new regulations into that direction. So okay, we can't deliver the same experience we have on the website, right? This is required.
You are talking about the 4.2 update, right? And yeah. And I want to open that Pandora's box at the end of this. Fair enough.
Yeah, but I guess we will get into that.
Yeah. Right. So from product design, if I may extract and assess what I've heard from product design, I think you've realized that taking a native approach in terms of how we design the funnels, how we design the user experience is necessary. So a very good point. I mean, I'll go back to Reddit. You're absolutely right. Why install an app? What are the benefits? I think even from the acquisition perspective and player engagement perspective, there must be a reason, and that has to be clear. If we take a look at the user journey, right? Let's take a look at customer acquisition, because that's sort of the first interaction. So I could talk blindfold about, cool, affiliates, media, site, landing page, conversion from landing page to registration, right? Registration to deposit, where I have to actually engage that deposit page, right? We look at those metrics, very, very clear funnel. It doesn't matter if it's mobile browser or a browser, because it's the same browser, right? Mm-hmm. Where does that change? Where does that flow change if today I speak to my dev team and I say, right, I want this native. I want this a native app. What do I need to look out for in terms of deviation from the standard process that I'm accustomed to?
Well, first, definitely you need to get your mobile native stack right. You need to get the right tool in terms of measurement and attribution, because apps don't have cookies, so you need to integrate tracking SDK to be able to identify where the user is basically coming from.
You said tracking ACK?
Yes, a software development kit.
Okay, all right.
So this is like the first step to basically understand where your user is coming from. And this is particularly useful if you're running paid acquisition. So you are actually able to attribute the credit to your paid channels.
Okay, so I'm sorry to interrupt you, especially because it's deep tech. This is quite interesting for me. And I think it's interesting for anyone that is aiming to, any business owner that's aiming to develop their casino into an native app, or a developer out there listening to this. So the tracking mechanisms, the standard tracking mechanisms that we track for websites don't actually apply on apps. We need different media tracking mechanisms?
Correct.
And they exist as frameworks, yeah?
Yeah, so it's a matter of like integrated, as I mentioned, this SDK. So the way it works for mobile apps is that since there's no cookies, there's mainly two ways to attribute an install. The first one being through device ID matching. So, the publisher will be sharing the IDFA or the Google ID with you. Okay. The second one being through fingerprinting attribution. So it's a bunch of different data points that basically the mobile measurement partner is matching between the impression and the clicks and the install itself.
Oh, wow. All right. So we're looking at the expansion of an entire acquisition channel as well. In fact, going back to my own mobile use, it is when my adverts push me into the App Store directly, rather than a landing page of the site. The funnel does change because I'm there to install. Once I install, is the registration and the whole shebang kind of in one package because the app is there. The process of, I don't want to jump too much in compliance, but as we follow the customer journey, I'd like to sort of touch what connects to that. If I were to install a normal app, I don't necessarily have the registration process, right? Is that true for casino play as well? Let's say I didn't register on Leo Vegas, right? So I've seen the advert, it took me to the App Store, I download the app, so I am who I am, right? I use my Apple ID or my Google sign-in. And from a regulatory compliance perspective, where do I stand now? Do I still have to go through the name, surname, email, the password, 15 different points of registration, or is that bypassed? How does that look like?
Yeah, you still need to go through, the registration sign-up process or login process as you would do normally on the websites. Obviously, when it comes to legal in general, we need to, same as for the websites, we need to make sure that we're registering the consent to start, tracking and collecting data on the users. And it needs obviously to be different from the one from your website because your mobile native stack is probably very different from the one of your websites. So as soon as basically the user is opening your app, you need to make sure that you are registering the consent and storing the consent.
All right. I mean, I hope that I'm right about this, but I'm hearing substantial deviation to the flow, but obviously similarity to the structure of the flow as well. So if my tech stack may be different, my coding may be different, but the basic compliance rules apply. And the basic step 1, 2, 3, like click, register, click, in this case, install, register, and then pay. And it's something that interested me. I've never managed to, at the time when I was operating the casino, it was early days of native and app. I've never managed to integrate the casino onto an pay with the App Store. How does that look like today? I've spent tremendous amount of money on Clash of Clans, like insane. But that buying those purple drops, yeah. But that's just click, $99.99, and it's one tap buy. Considering our compliance elements, I actually wish I had some restrictive Clash of Clans at the time. Considering our compliance regulation elements, how does that one tap purchase get introduced into the normal deposit process. Does it?
Yeah, so I mean, I would say there are different ways you can approach it. A lot of operators are going for like a simple container, meaning they're just wrapping their website, distributing it through the App Store, and then I mean the user experience and the journey is exactly the same that what you would have on the website. And some other operators like us are deciding to tackle a more native approach. So, but not necessarily everything has to be native, right? You can have like your login being native or the gameplay experience being native, but you can still maintain, load some web view and get like your deposits done through your website.
Does it pay to use the Apple Pay, for example, to deposit? Can I if I'm an Android user, but irrelevant. If I now install a Leo Vegas app, right, and I don't want to put my credit card in, Google Play already has my credit card details. Can I actually just go deposit and use the Google Play payment solution, or do I technically still go through your PSP integrations, but now the interface is designed in native? You understand what I'm trying to get at?
Yeah, I think Maciej can answer this one.
Yeah, so of course, like payment providers are super crucial for our business, right?
Yeah, of
and
course.
It depends on the market, and we have to be very flexible when it comes to payment providers. So what we decided to do, for example, is to have available all the payment methods that we already have on the website.
Entercash, whatever,
everything.
Yeah.
Everything, and using a hybrid solution for that, so basically embedded web views, but also like using the native app gives us an advantage of use the native optimized solutions, like for example Apple Pay or Google Play potentially.
Yeah, please continue. I have an interjection here soon, but I want you to finish first.
Yeah, so in the happy scenario, let's say you could sign up with Apple Apple account basically, and have your payment card actually already ready for use. Yeah.
So on Google, for me, that's one tap buy, the bane of my life, right? Because if I'm bored, I just go one tap, 99.99. One thing that the reason why I wanted to interject here is because I've spent so much money on Clash of Clans. I've actually investigated this. And my understanding is that the actual, so as I said, I'm an Android user, so I can't speak for Apple, but the Google Pay, Google Play, the deposit interface, their fees are astronomical. So as I was going back and forth, I believe, I don't want to misquote, so don't take my word for it, but they're 30% plus or 20% plus in fees. So considering as a gaming entity that we obviously don't collect deposits as a full purchase, right? So we, if we're lucky, we will hold 25 to 40%. We'll hold a quarter between all the money in and all the money out, right? We're going to hold a percentage of that. If we're, for the sake of the argument, holding a quarter of deposits as GGR, as revenue, then effectively our entire revenue is just handed over to Google if we are to use their services. Does it even make sense for casino operations to go down that route?
Well, to be honest, of course not. But we're talking about two different solutions. So what you're talking about is the in-app purchases.
Yes.
Which are heavily,
taxed.
They cost a lot, basically. Yeah. But there's also an ability to use payment solutions from both Google and Apple. So Apple Pay and Google Pay. And that's a different service. So basically, it works a bit like using your credit card, which is assigned to your Google
So
account.
it doesn't make commercial sense to go down the route of in-app purchases. Not necessarily because it's technologically inept, it's just simply too expensive for the nature of our industry to go down that route. But
and also it's like the solution is designed for something else. So like buying, I don't know, additional
Elixirs
subscription.
and Clash of Clans,
Yeah, or like those virtual goods stuff like that. So basically, taking into consideration how many transactions do we have during the game, I thought it would be, ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I can imagine that. All right, so that's clear, because one of the things I want to take a look at is that if I follow the user journey, the deposit, the moment of that first transaction, in our figures, in our commercial, aspect of the first time depositor, that new depositor, that is when we feel we actually encaptivated the customer. And I just want to understand the comparison of, actually that's if I may drill further on that question. If we look at the customer journey, usually the registration is registration, did they come through free spins? A registration doesn't really count, right? It does, and of course we will take all of those registered, not funded pool of customers, and we're going to try and get them to fund it, but it's that first funding, that first deposit. Considering that we have something so personal like an app installation on a device, does our acquisition, the moment of acquisition, like the benchmark, if you will, does it shift prior to deposit? I guess what I'm asking is, would you consider the registration to deposit ratio on the site to be lower in nature than the app installation to purchase? You understand where I'm coming at?
Yeah. So I mean, what you're saying is basically we should expect the conversion rates post-install to be higher on app than on website, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe so, considering that there's an installation of an app going on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this falls back to the fact that usually those users have a higher intent. So there's definitely going to show higher engagement.
Of course. I mean, it all boils down to I think, effectively, native apps are worth producing, because we pay a massive expense of any gaming company's marketing. Fact. This is factual. We spend tremendous amount of money acquiring customers. And a huge drop-off of those customers happens at the registration conversion, registration to deposit. We generally lose 50 to 60% of our registrations, right? I mean, just plugging that gap just makes the marketing expenditure multiples more beneficial, right?
Yeah.
Add to that, please.
Yeah, I mean, I would say also in general, and maybe that might come more surprising, but acquiring an app users isn't necessarily always more expensive than acquiring, getting an NDC from your website. And that comes also from the fact that when you run acquisition for an app, you can unlock channels that you don't have access for a website. If you think about the App Store, those are unique places those are unique distribution platforms where you can both get discovered organically, but also through paid acquisition. And there are a bunch of big publishers that have also put strong emphasis on building a solid tech product for app promotion. So this can be neglected, and this gives you additional inventory to basically be discovered.
Yeah, but that brings down your cost of acquisition, right? That makes customers even cheaper to acquire in terms of installation, is it not?
Well, there's always competition, obviously.
Yeah, of course, okay, yeah.
But yeah, it doesn't come at necessarily much more expensive. That's what I wanted.
No, very good. I mean, if I still had casinos, I'd be installing, I'd be building an app right now. Right. We've chatted a lot about sort of implication acquisition and customer journey. There's something that I wanted to tack on, because we've had limited amount of time, and I could speak to you guys for hours, quite frankly, about this. When you're looking at app design comparative to site design, I'd like to take a look at this symbiosis of product, right? Your tech, your marketing, your product team, which the communication and symbiosis of those teams when you're approaching building an entirely parallel channel. And what does it take going back to 4.2, going back to 4.7, sort of those Apple guideline updates and Google guideline updates? What do we look out for when producing an app and delivering it to market?
Well, to be honest, there's this kind of dilemma of should you focus on being consistent with your web product and with your brand and all the guidelines that you established for years in our case, Or should you focus on being relevant on the mobile platform and utilize all the advantages that you get from the OS and from the devices themselves? And we chose to actually try to balance it, but we decided to allow a bit more experimentation on the app side, because we see that as an opportunity to actually push our product forward. And that's why what you mentioned, that synergy between departments and also like even between designers working on different parts of a product is super important, because we can learn from each other. So use the knowledge that we already have in the company, but also use the newly acquired knowledge by experimenting with the apps. And this is what you can already see on live on the market when it comes to our apps, that we chose to experiment a bit more.
No, that's very insightful. That is very insightful, and I think that what you just explained is the right approach. I would take that as the right approach, because it is a unique medium, and it doesn't follow necessarily the patterns of pure web browsing. We do have only a few minutes left. Unfortunately, only half an hour on this conversation. I think we could spend a few hours chatting about this. I personally could. Deploying on an app store or a Google store, what do we expect? What can developers fear or not fear when getting to that place, right? Can you give me a little bit of insight what to expect when we're actually launching an app?
Yeah.
So if you start with
I can start. Okay, so I mean, I would say looking at Google first, they definitely way more selective as per where you can distribute real money gaming app into the Play Store. So right now they only allow it. Sorry.
Geographically, they're very.
Geographically, exactly. Yeah, okay. So you can only distribute in 3 markets at the moment, even though you might hold a license for a country, you know, where they even allow, for example, AdWords, but they don't allow you to distribute your app on the Play Store. So obviously, we are hoping that they will open up more markets, but that could be a matter of months or even years before they do so.
Because am I correct in saying I think Android users are over 1 billion Android users versus about 500 million Apple users. So Android as itself has a much bigger market share. But what you're saying is to the casino industry, to the gaming industry, it's irrelevant because they don't really allow the countries, right? Distribution, all right?
Exactly. But I mean, I would say it's also very much depends where are your core markets. So, you know, they are in general, yes, Android has a much higher penetration. But if you look at markets where we are strong, like the Nordics, for example, iOS has a much stronger penetration. Okay. So, yeah.
Yeah, it depends where we're coming at. Okay, I understand.
Exactly. And yeah, I would say one of the Google requirements as well, and that we had to face is you also need to make sure that if you, for example, if you have just a wrapper, you know, a container for your app, you need to make sure that people that are downloading it from, let's say, the UK Play Store can also only access it from the UK markets, right? So even if your website is actually available on other markets like Sweden or Denmark, those users shouldn't be able to use your Play Store app. So there's like a couple of restrictions that you need to add on top of like the basics.
From Google perspective.
From the Google perspective, yes. Yeah, I would say when it comes to the technology itself, they haven't been as picky as Apple has been over the past.
I was going to ask, how does Apple compare to that?
So they're really expecting you to deliver, you know, a significant higher user experience for your app, rather than, you know,
you can't really wrap a site. You can't sort of go, this is my site, this is browser, package it, and just plug it on there.
So you used to be able to do it, but they've become a lot more picky when it comes to allowing this kind of product into the store. They want you to show that you actually make an effort to prove that you're worth being distributed into the App Store.
Okay, I see. So that's when you talk about a more native experience.
Exactly.
So they have to deliver. Oh, please, yeah.
Exactly. And, even they say clearly, simply adding a few native functionality like push notification or biometric logging isn't sufficient for them. They really want to see that you've put some effort and you've been thinking about the user experience in general.
Is that down to the tech stack you use and the language you use, or do you actually have to change the way your product looks like? Are we looking at cosmetic changes, usability changes, or the language we're coding as well? Or all of the above?
They never made it explicit that you had to build for iOS native language. They just say that it needs to be elevated compared to your website. So because they never gave us clear specification on what solution to adopt to be compliant with their new requirements, it's been a very long process of testing, getting rejected, learning and testing again, to the point that we now, I think we have quite a good understanding of what they're expecting, but still, it's always a challenge, and the review process isn't very transparent either. It can be quite inconsistent as well, and the feedback can be quite generic. Which make it very challenging to build the product.
I guess the message for the developers out there is get ready for a lot of QA and some more QA, and before deployment, loop and loop and loop again with each and every update. Look, guys, our 30 minutes is up. I wish I had a lot more. I plan to speak about a lot more topics with you, but it's what we have spoken about was very engaging. I've enjoyed it very much. Thank you for your time. And thank you for joining us. Anyone looking, please do check out Leo Vegas and how their application looks like. I think it's pretty cool.
Thanks a lot for having us. Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
iGaming is truly becoming a global business. Europe, for instance, has become saturated, and gaming companies are starting to look at other continents, particularly Asia, with a market of over 4 billion potential players. That means you, as an iGaming professional, have to attend shows across the globe, and not just in one continent. Old shows must make room for new shows in emerging markets. In this short video, we will outline why SiGMA Malta, SiGMA Latam, and SiGMA Manila are worth investing in. Here's 3 main reasons. Reason 1, emerging trends. When we started SiGMA back in 2014, we strongly believed that SiGMA must embrace all 3 verticals. Today's super affiliate, for instance, is fast becoming an operator, thanks to lower barriers to entry. SiGMA is and will remain the only 360-degree show that brings the entire industry, from C-level executive to super affiliates, under one roof. Given also the significant presence of integrated resorts in Asia and Latam, moving forward, we've decided to include land-based gaming. Reason 2. Emerging hubs. SiGMA is held in 3 iGaming hubs. Malta, the gaming hub in Europe. Manila, the undisputed hub in Asia. And Sao Paulo, a region with vast potential. Reason 3, emerging tech. Moving forward, we're merging 2 large expos under one roof. Our iGaming show SiGMA, as well as our emerging tech summit AIBC, will take place at the same venue and on the same dates, breaking boundaries for the 2 verticals to learn and feed off each other. So what are you waiting for? Get in touch with us today and let's work together. Our 3 summits will open new doors for you. Welcome to SiGMA. Welcome to the world's iGaming festival.
Well, our 3 days of broadcasting is very nearly coming to an end. We have one panel discussion next for you. Until then, we'll be joining you in our LATAM Digital SiGMA and AIBC conference on the 22nd and 23rd of September. So if you are looking to learn more about the Latin American region, whether it be from emerging tech perspective or looking at the iGaming and land-based gaming sphere, be sure to check back in September for our conference. In the meantime, we'll be bringing you weekly content that's available to keep you up to date on the sphere and also keep you educated and informed. Now it's time for our final panel discussion of the day, taking a look at the Apple 4.7 update.
Apple's 4.7 guideline update with Jason Ferrugia, CTO, Malta Gaming Authority, and George Shamuja, CEO, Singular.
Hi everyone. We've just had a really interesting conversation with the team responsible for UX and converting the site to an application. And that was, as we closed that topic, we spoke about complexities and requirements of actually launching an app on the Google Store and iStore. We touched on 4.7, but we haven't really delved into it. So this particular panel, I have with me Jason Ferrugia, who is the CTO of Malta Gaming Authority, of course, and I have George Shamuja, who is the CEO of Singular. I'm sorry, George, if I mispronounced your surname. Right. From the perspective of 4.7 update, I'd like to, for the sake of the audience understanding, because it's not a topic that's currently hot in the industry, right? I'd like to go through what has actually happened, right? So it stemmed from a 4.2 update, where effectively specifically Apple Store has said, hey, we're running a risk with HTML5 code being simply wrapped and deployed on our App Store. It's an element of risk for us because the app can be updated and changed without Apple knowing that change is happening. So, and they started enforcing as early as the 4.2 guideline that apps simply must be built in native. It's not enough to just wrap a website and convert it to an app. You have to start building the app in native. That's not to say that HTML is not allowed, as George will point out, but it is important that the app itself has native elements and a native wrapper that is self-contained. In comes 4.7. I believe it was June 3rd last year. And it stems from an event that happened in China. I will let George explore that further. But effectively, Apple rolled out June last year a guideline which said we cannot allow real money gambling to be contained in HTML5 code in the native apps. Now, all of our games are HTML5 at the moment. And although they enforced this June 3rd, they said all the games by end of September 2019, all the gambling games, we're talking live casino, slots, sports books, any sort of real money gambling app has to be completely built in native. This was impossible, of course. 30th September came and Apple said, okay, now we'll give it to 30th of January, then 30th of March, and now we're facing the latest postponement of the deadline, 30th of June. So far, Apple has not dropped the apps from the App Store. We're not sure what's going to happen, but I have Jason and I have George here open to a debate about what this may mean for our industry. Hi guys, how are you doing? Can you hear me well?
How are you?
Right, so the opening salvo. George, you've given me some really good insight as to why is Apple even enforcing this, right? So where are they coming from?
So actually, just to go back, we've seen actually lots of applications which were just kind of wrappers around the kind of HTML website. So it was kind of native kind of actually application which just loaded the URL from the web and displayed the whole content from the website. Then there was kind of a few cases, more than a few actually, especially last year, when there was a few applications published, especially targeting the Chinese market. The applications, in some occasions, they were just some e-commerce applications or some kind of casual games.
Non-gambling related content, you're saying? Okay.
Non-money, real money gambling related applications. And overnight, they just swapped the kind of URLs. And next day, the applications were kind of actually real money gambling applications, which actually a huge problem for Apple, especially when this is happening in a region where the kind of gambling is not kind of fully regulated. And the Apple itself had kind of actually lots of issues from the Chinese government, and this information is kind of public information, and yeah, everyone can look up for it. So after that, they kind of came up with the kind of stricter kind of rules for, especially for the gambling operators. And this applies not just the gambling operators, the 4.7, but for the all sort of applications out there. So what they want to forbid is not to keep the same kind of situation. Doesn't matter, you gotta change your application into the real money gambling or something else. Apple just wants to control the kind of application ecosystem, and they want to be sure that whatever they approve, that's what still on the kind of actual users kind of devices.
George, it's not just an application. I'm going to read an excerpt from the guideline. They have specifically honed in on lotteries and real money gambling and real money. So I'm going to read the guideline for the audience so that we have the specific. So not the entire guideline, it's many pages, but I've copied. Guideline 4.7, HTML5. So guideline 4.7, HTML5 games distributed in apps may not provide access to real money gaming. So HTML5 games in specific distributed in apps may not provide access to real money gaming, lotteries, or charitable donations, and they may not support digital commerce. This functionality is only appropriate for code that is embedded in the binary and can be reviewed by Apple. This guideline is now enforced for new apps. Existing apps must follow this guideline by September 3rd, 2019. Obviously, September 3rd came and went.
Yeah, right.
But the guideline is still there, and it's sort of hovering over our heads. So to translate this, am I understanding this right? Effectively, when we say in binary, that means we take the game and we rewrite it in Swift or what?
Not necessarily. So what it means, the actual binary, what they call the binary is the actual kind of executable kind of actual package archive, what's kind of actually uploaded on the App Store and launched on the device. So what they mean by that, and also there's kind of 4.2, which actually kind of clarifies something there, is that you still can use the HTML5 technology, the web technologies, there's no problem. And there's lots of good frameworks out there that allows you to build the hybrid applications such as Ionic, Cordova, and those. You can use those, but what they require
I'm sorry, repeat the frameworks, because it's important
Ionic.
Ionic,
and there's a Cordova, which is kind of actually on the market for more than 10 years already.
Okay.
So you still can use the web technologies. What they require is that the whole application, whole functionality must be packaged in a kind of executable binary. Your application shouldn't require the kind of actually to go to the server and the download executable code to function.
I get you. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I just need to sort of structure here. I get you. However, let me ask you this follow-up question, and it's something that relates to Jason as a representative of one of the most prominent gaming authorities within our industry. Does that mean that when binary is executable, it runs from the Apple servers or runs from whatever servers the app is hosted on? Does that mean that when I do the code, when I package, however I package, that game now is running from where? Is it still running from NetEase or Relax Gaming servers?
I would say the client-side code runs on a user's device. It's not loaded from the server as it is in case of the web browser.
Okay.
The whole kind of files, everything, HTML kind of files, CSS, JavaScript still is loaded from the client's device itself. But the kind of actual game mechanics and the mesh can be running on a server.
Okay.
So
all right. So I have a follow-up here. I need to direct to Jason. So Jason, again, for the audience, for the ones that are unaware of how things work, please correct me when I'm wrong in this flow. When we are certifying what used to be class 4 certification, I don't know if B2B classes are still class 4 and so on, but when we are certifying a B2B operator, right? We take a look at the RNG, right? We take a look at the source code of the game. We take a look at the front end as part of that source code. We connect everything. We make sure the game works. We make sure that it doesn't, that the pay tables work as intended. We have certain parameters, like for example, free play has to operate exactly the same as real money play, right? There's certain protective elements which protect the customer from shenanigans, right? Now, if we are to separate the front end, which I believe is what George is pointing to, we're going to take the pay table, the animation, the front end elements of the game. And yesterday we had a fantastic chat about actually flow of deployment game by Ashley Sandiford Sykes, who was the head of Microgaming Squeakheart for a number of years, right? If we are going to take that element of design and now put it on the user device, on the operator, what does that do to certification, right?
Agreed. So basically, let's talk a bit about the certification requirement. And this is not just an MGA requirement, but also, I mean, I've seen it with other jurisdictions. So it's not something that we invented.
Yeah.
So basically, the certification requirement, as you pointed, basically the RNG is certified on its own as an RNG, which provides a return to player depending on the regulations that there are. So if it's 92%, if it's 95%, that depends on the jurisdiction.
Yeah.
But then, of course, the game itself has to be certified in line with that RNG. That is not just as a standalone game on its own, but also incorporated as
so you look at the game code. So the game code says, hey, I'm going to operate at 95% RTP. So the game, you test the game code, connect it to the RNG and say, hey, it's 95% RTP, we're good to go, right?
Agreed. It has to be tested with each and every RNG that is going to be offered by that operator.
Yeah.
So it's not just an RNG on its own and a game on its own. They have to be both connected and certified within the same certification provided by an independent test lab.
The front end is part of that testing process.
In fact, the other element which is crucial within the certification, apart from the RNG and the return to player, is the player protection. In fact, a lot of player protection mechanisms are embedded within the front end of the game, and those are critical and very important for
currencies,
like for example, currency has to be included next to the unit. You need to have like the clock even when the game is going to full screen so that it's available. The pay lines, the pay table, the explanation of the pay lines. So there are a lot of elements that are basically embedded within the front end of the game that have to be available throughout the experience of the player. So if we're going to now split the front end from the back end, that is going to be very difficult for the certification to remain valid. Because once they are certified, now we know for sure that all those elements that we require, such as the currency, the time, and all of that, was embedded within the game and it was certified. Now, once we're splitting it, it's very difficult to be 100% sure that those elements are still implemented within the system, because now someone else has access to that and someone else can change it.
Yeah, I mean, if the game sits on the user end, there's multiple risks. I think George actually, if I remember right, when I was chatting, it was brief, but I think George came up with a potential sort of workaround, but something that we can implement as an industry. Just before I move on to George and see what are your thoughts on this, I'd like to say a couple of risks. This news, sort of as I found out about this 4.7, I've been shocked or said, hey, hold on a second, this is relatively big. Well, one of them is as you said, we've certified the game as a whole. Now we're splitting that. And we certified one entity that produced this game, right? All of a sudden, this game is spread across, let's imagine it's NetEnt, right? How many customers do they have? You know, 300, 500, right? So all of a sudden, every customer, let's say, just for the sake of the argument, it's 2025, and everyone has a native app. So now that is 500 points that we need to control. The control aspect of who's doing what, I think, just falls flat on its face, unless there's something missing. The secondary element is actually getting the IP, getting the source, getting the game providers to change their way of operation. As you've mentioned, Jason, during our conversation, you said, okay, well, we've done this once before. We've done it from Flash to HTML. So what's happening now? I would argue it's not as clear-cut, but I do know that George had some ideas on this, and I want to hear your thoughts, George. Where do we go from here? What's the solution here?
Yeah, actually, talking about the kind of certification, I fully agree that Doesn't matter what kind of solution you're gonna come up, you're gonna require separate certification for this because it's totally different medium to a different application. So yeah, mobile applications should be kind of certified separately. That's extra job there.
Okay.
But when it comes to actually kind of minimizing the kind of this kind of effort, one kind of approach is actually what kind of Apple ecosystem itself provides. So this kind of application bundles.
Yeah.
So what operators can do, let's say on NetEnt, they can build a slot. They can build the application bundle, which is not self-executable by itself because it still needs the main application, but the bundle is already kind of binary bundle. It's already kind of actual packaged, and also it's signed by Apple, signed by certifications, and it also gives you kind of code signing checksum.
Okay, that makes sense. So
like
what you're saying,
kind of files.
let me just translate that for me, right? For the layman. Because so what you're saying is, hey, okay, so we have a game provider. It rolls onto a common JSON maybe before, going, hey guys, we've done this once before, Flash to HTML. It's not something that we haven't done. When push came to shove, we had to do it. Flash was dying, and we had to update. So you're saying, all right, the game providers themselves have to adopt the new reality that as they develop, they're developing front end for multiple medium channels, right?
Exactly.
One of those channels, HTML5 for web, great. XYZ for TV, doesn't matter, whatever channel our future is, but here is native app. And we must create a front-end code for native app. And that is executable deliverable, signed by Apple when it's delivered, signed by MGA, signed by whoever needs to be signed. And without those elements, and I believe you're saying they are possible to achieve, the front end won't function. You change something, the signatures fail, I would imagine. And
yeah, exactly. So once
you can't mess about.
Yeah, sure. Once you build the application kind of bundle, and you sign by your certification, which is kind of actually bind it to the Apple developer account as well. If somebody changes anything inside, first of all, the Apple has kind of actually tools there when it tries to execute the application, not to launch the kind of package if it's not correctly signed. That's one. And second, for the kind of actually, let's say for the MGA itself, if you want to check if it's the exactly same kind of actual bundle that was kind of certified, it's really simple. You just download the application, unpack because it's on the archive file. Take the particular kind of actually application bundle from the NetEnt, some particular slot. Again, unpack that bundle, and there's the checksum. The checksum, you approve that that's exactly that version of the bundle which was certified and approved. If there's some discrepancy there, then it's evident that
there's a manageable process where a regulator could actually modify their own regulatory process and say, okay, we're going to have to look toward the future. I mean, we've done this once before, to be fair. I mean, 2016, we had to update the regulation for 2004. Exactly. It's something that happens. So you're saying, okay, we can unpack this, and there is a way. We have to account for a native as a channel now, right? We have to account for that as a separate channel. We don't have that problem with Google, but again, the concept stands. If tomorrow that channel has its own influencing forces, we're going to have to account for that. I will propose, not a counter-argument, a parallel from the regulatory perspective. We're talking purely from the regulatory perspective. Something that, as I was thinking and talking about this to a few people, something popped up, and that was Alderney, right? Years ago, I mean, we're talking 2009, maybe 2008. I had to apply for an Alderney license for one of my operations, and the concept was quite. I enjoyed the concept of that licensing jurisdiction. So I could choose the class of license I wanted. And if I pay for the big license, right, I can't remember what the cost was, but effectively, I, the operator, am responsible for all the content on my website. So I need to test the games, I need to test microgaming, I need to test NetEnt, I need to test Relax, I need to test all of this, everything I want to put on, I'm responsible for that. The RNG, the code, everything. Something goes wrong, I'm the liability point as an operator. Similarly, the game provider could buy the same license and say all of these operators are on my license, so the license holder is responsible for the operators that plug in. So to make sure that the monies are paid out and all of that. The entire user journey process actually sits under a single license where the responsibility is shifted. In cases of native apps, it could be a plausible solution where we shift the responsibility for that particular application onto the operator license. I don't know what kind of complexities are there, Jason. I'm not sure from the MGA perspective, but it's something that I was pondering.
No, I agree on this aspect. So basically, whenever we receive even a dispute or a player complaint about this, we always get back to the B2C operator, what we used to call the class 1, class 2, and class 3, those that are actually offering the game to the player. So irrespective of whether the game was actually approved for the B2B, if something happened whenever that player is actually playing, we have to actually first speak with the operator, because they are offering the game on their website, on their mobile device, on the tablet. So irrespective of whether the game was actually approved for, you mentioned microgaming, net, and etc., we have to actually speak to the B2C operator, because they are still responsible for what they are offering on their website. Remember that nowadays it's more difficult than before, because you have multiple games from different providers, some of them approved by us, some of them not approved by us. You're switching from different jurisdictions. You can have B2B providers that are approved in other jurisdictions, and you are offering their games, but you don't need the actual approval from the MGA. So it is more difficult there.
So I mean, what I'm hearing here is there is some sort of framework where this is plausible even, and possible. Something that couple of things I wanted to address just before we kind of wind this out, because there isn't a solution. It's just sort of introducing the topic to the wide audience, right? It's something we have to consider. 30th of June is the latest deadline that the Apple said, hey, we're going to remove everything. Chances are it's not going to happen. But let's imagining a scenario where they actually wipe all the content from the App Store. We'll be hearing about this left, right, and center, right? It's going to be quite a noisy element. Right now, it's quietly brimming under the surface, simply because it doesn't have a direct influence. It's something just looming over our head. We spoke about games in particular, right? Casino games. But we're looking at sportsbook here. We're looking at lotteries. We're looking at poker. We're looking at any real money play. So, George, with your experience in building advanced technological solutions, what are we looking here in terms of risk elements for the industry? I mean, developer resource for HTML5, all you want. Developer resource for Swift and binary, I don't think that's as easily accessible as right? And from the perspective of converting these products, what are we looking at? Is it a small undertaking? Or to convert a sportsbook to native is something that, is going to take 12 months?
Based on our experience, we kind of launched a couple of times for a couple of operators and native application, which can utilize the HTML5 the web technologies, but underlying layer was fully native. So based on the experience, so what I can say is that, it's kind of big undertaking for sure. Even if you can utilize all the client code base, whatever you have in your sportsbook product in terms of the web technologies, still you gonna need some modifications. I'm talking on still on the kind of web technology side. And then you need to extend that functionality with the native actual capabilities as well. Also I agree that to get the native developers, that it's gonna be Objective-C or the Swift, doesn't matter. It's not that easy, and even if you gonna get the actual senior actual level developer, that's even more difficult. But based on the experience, what we've seen is that if, let's say, per product you're gonna get one senior actual native developer, that's more or less enough. Because the rest of the job can be abstracted still on the web technology side, and the one senior developer, or let's say one senior and one intermediate, two guy actually team can handle the conversion. Then again, it goes down how far you want to go, how far you want to actually place your HTML part.
I think what I'm hearing here, George, is, there is definitely limitation to resource either way. Yes, one senior person can probably drive the solution architecture. We may rely on the developers we have at hand to contribute, but nonetheless, the resource pool, we might be looking at a new niche market of developers.
Exactly.
I'd like to try and close this off rather than meandering around in circles. Sort of, what are the possible outcomes here? So outcome one, the industry adapts. That means sportsbook conversions, which are quite intense, operators, certification on their sportsbook products and so on. From the regulatory side, I'm not talking MGA, we're talking regulation across the regions. Conversion of product is slow, painful, and I think there's a lot of influencing factors here. Option two, just don't use the App Store. I've had a very engaging chat with a couple of interesting people talking about the conversion of site to app from the US with benchmarks of just how much value native app contributes. And I think the option of just not using native app is not something that we can embark on. And the option three, which is something I had a question for George, is as an industry moving toward Apple and saying, okay, conversion is almost impossible. It's possible, but it's a massive undertaking and too many moving pieces and open-ended loops. You've spoken about signing apps and signature apps and so on and so forth. Do you envisage a middle ground where we can use the core HTML code, we can use the technology we have, but we have some added signatory value, some added functions, some sort of security where we can't just update the app just like that?
So that might happen, but actually going back and analyzing how Apple approached things, I don't think that's gonna happen, because they are Apple is the company who killed the Flash itself. Yeah. Because if they decide one day that's the way we are going, that's it done. They don't care how big you are.
Yeah.
And also we in the gambling industry, even recently, I personally have seen in some operators' cases, not necessarily our clients, when the operators kind of delivered the kind of native application, but still Apple rejected it without any single explanation. And even at the end of the kind of message, there was written that please don't get in touch. We won't be able to provide the details. I've seen that, and I even can provide the proof for that. So it's to be honest, it's uncertain.
Okay.
Why? I would say on the technology side, it's possible to convert existing HTML applications to the native with fully utilizing whatever we already have in our hands, at least 80-85% for sure. But we will require some native developers as well to deliver the kind of quality product.
Closing arguments. From an MGA perspective, Jason, where do you see this going? What's the next step for MGA? What do you think?
In fact, what I was going to mention about that, first of all, MGA actually doesn't make a lot of a difference between the game offered on a mobile device or the game offered on the website. I mean, they shouldn't be different. Otherwise, you have to be certifying each and every game for each and every device, which of course it's costly. I mean, nowadays the game is certified. We receive the checksum, the MD5 hash sum, the SHA-256. We receive all of that for each and every game. But now, since we're splitting the front end from the back end, we're saying that each and every game has to be certified for each and every device, because for a mobile device, the front end will be different than the actual game. But for a website, then it is completely embedded.
Yeah, you're also looking at that element. Sorry to interrupt you, but you're right. Because there is no way that the human ingenuity is not going to walk into this and say, hey, hold on, am I coding for native? I'm going to code in native. I'm going to change where the thumb position of the spin button is. I'm going to change this. I'm going to change that. I'm going to adapt. I know which device it is. I know, right? There is no way that if we're going to take that undertaking, we're just going to stop there and do a replica. And now all of a sudden, not only do you have different channels for interface, but you have different interface, right? You have different functions. So where do you see MGA here? I mean, would you be open to such an undertaking?
No, definitely we are very open for these kinds of technology upgrades that we see every day. I mean, last year we had crypto, and now this is something which is completely new. So we are always open to these kind of issues, and basically we would like to remain as technology neutral as possible. But of course, I'm seeing a lot of implications here, especially for the operators, not just the cost, because the cost, I mean, can be undertaken in a couple of months or years, but also the technical part, because we're saying like certifying each and every game and monitoring each and every device, because games are different. So we have to understand better what Apple is actually doing, because now we're saying that the deadline was March, then June. First of all, I doubt it's going to be June. I doubt that in a month's time I'm going on the App Store and I'm going to find 0 games HTML5. So I doubt that will happen. But of course, from our end, we will start working on it, because if it was made available online, it's definitely going to happen in the near future.
Guys, Apple did not retract this. So far, all they're doing is just pushing the deadline forward. I can't imagine a scenario where this just keeps on going. At some point in time, the axe has to fall on one side or the other. And I think preparation in this case is key. Because once it does fall, everyone's going to be, not panicking necessarily, but people will be seeking solutions. And they will be turning to MGA, they will be turning to regulators, they will be turning to technology leaders to try and understand this. I do believe that there's already an association of large gaming companies trying to argue this with Apple, but as George said, I doubt anything's going to be pushed forward. Look, guys, thank you for the time. I mean, this wasn't really a deep tech necessary conversation, but it's very much relevant to the technology that's about to emerge. George, I don't know whether you had anything to add as a closing argument, but...
Yeah, Bob, I fully agree. So I guess at the end of the day, it's going to happen, and it's better to be prepared. So
yeah, I mean, personally, I think, Jason, from an MGA perspective, bringing down a think tank, bringing around the think tank, people like George, people that are technically driven in the industry, it's probably the right time to kind of see how this may play out before the axe falls, because at that point in time, I think everyone's going to be going, what's going on,
Crazy.
Guys,
Agreed.
Thank you so much. Very interesting chat.
Thanks, Igor. Thanks, George.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, a huge thank you to Jason and George there for sharing their insights, and also for Igor for moderating a majority of the SiGMA Deep Tech first inaugural edition. So thank you all so much for providing some stellar content, and thank you all so much for watching. That comes to our final panel discussion of 3 days of broadcasting for SiGMA Asia Digital and AIBC Summit Digital, and also SiGMA Deep Tech. So thank you so much for staying with us, and also thank you to those that managed to make it over to our platform. We have some great statistics in to show how much you guys really enjoyed networking with each other. Over the course of the 3 days, we had 6,448 messages exchanged amongst yourselves, 1,712 connections were made, and we had over 4,000 registered attendees. So thank you so much for joining us on 1, 2, or all 3 of the days. It was great to see you there. Well, next up, we'll be seeing you in September on the 22nd and 23rd for our LATAM Digital Conference for SiGMA and also AIBC. And then obviously we'll see you in person in Malta at the end of November, where we can finally reunite and have a conference, as always, in the hub of where SiGMA all began. And then it's on to 2021, where we'll be based in Manila, in Malta, and in LATAM. So thank you all so much. If you do want to keep up with more SiGMA content, the magazine is now out for publication, but you can see an update on our website as well. Everyone, thank you so much. It's been a great 3 days of conference. Thank you so much for joining us.
We have an important announcement to make. I am very excited to launch SiGMA LATAM. That's right, a third summit in Latin America that will complement SiGMA in Europe and SiGMA in Asia.
Tenemos una fuerza laboral fuerte en Malta, en Kiev y en Manila. Es hora de que SiGMA aumente nuestra cartera y se expanda más allá de nuestra zona de confort, cubriendo todas las horas horarias com as novas oficinas em las Américas.
As cidades cotadas foram Buenos Aires e São Paulo. Acabamos escolhendo a segunda por 2 razões.
Reason number 1, there's always a great presence of media and events in offices in Buenos Aires, and we don't want to replicate more or of the same or compete with our friends.
Segunda, o grande potencial de mercado e a atual possibilidades de regulamentação dos jogos no Brasil nos darão mais motivos para decidir estabelecer nosso escritório lá.
Brazilian Federal Deputy Pompeu de Matos, for instance, believes casinos will be a vaccine for coronavirus, stating that taxing gaming money could jumpstart the country's economy in the wake of COVID-19.
Ele machuca a economia. E eu diria assim, para nós até ajudar a levantar a economia depois que passar a pandemia, uma das alternativas é, inclusive, legalizar os jogos. É uma alternativa perfeitamente possível, viável, eu diria assim, até necessária.
Assuntos como este, dentre outros, farão parte dos nossos debates em setembro.
Moving forward, we hope that our 3 pillar shows, SiGMA in Malta, SiGMA in Manila, and eventually SiGMA in Sao Paulo, will pave the way for iGaming communities to learn from, as well as do business with each other. I look forward to contribute to this and make iGaming truly a global phenomenon.